John Houghton here once again for Grand Bend Speedway. We're down here with the number 53 of Nick Thuss. Nick, so good to see you out at the track today. How's the truck feeling for you this afternoon?
Well, it was handling really good. We went out for first practice. It was handling pretty good. Second practice, we had a chain come off, so didn't really get to see what the truck would feel like for the second practice. We're hoping to be ready to go for the race here.
Okay, so we'll be watching that chain. What adjustments did you make to try to keep the chain on her?
I think we're going to try to tighten up the chain a little bit, and let's hope that stays up there.
All right, who do you want to thank today?
I got to thank all my sponsors first. VDM Farms, LaSalle Pork, Brody Seed with Mazex, Dortmund Bros Barn Equipment, SJ Garden Sheds, Rombouts Excavating, LaSalle Pork, Hardy Creek Farms. I also got to thank my papa for painting the truck this year. And I got to thank my dad and Daryl Lyman for all the help they've done with the truck. It's awesome.
And tell me a little bit about the mini trucks. If someone's never seen one of these, you know, obviously a half-scale style truck, 13 horsepower motor. But the most important question to me, what's it like driving one of these?
Well, it's a lot of fun, yeah. There's a lot of things you can do to these things. For setup, you change everything. Anything on there, you think of it, you can change it probably. So it's a lot of fun. Once they're up to speed, they're a lot of fun. They're a blast. Especially this year where we have more than 4 trucks like last year. We only had the 4. Now we got a lot more trucks and it's a lot more fun.
And there's a big field of trucks out there today. What are your prospects looking like?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to come out here and race clean. We'll see what we can do. I'm not sure.
All right, Nick Thuss, good luck today. That's the number 53. We'll look forward to seeing if that chain sticks on there for the feature race. John Houghton down here in the pits for Grand Bend Speedway, and we're here with no other than Jesse Kennedy here for the Jared Docstator Memorial Event. Jesse, so good to see you at Grand Bend Speedway today.
Yeah, thanks very much. Obviously, the main reason I'm here is to honor my good friend Jared. Sure do miss him every day.
Yeah, we miss him too. You know, Jared and I, we called a lot of races together, and he was especially fond of you as a driver. I remember you winning that great Canadian race a number of years ago, how excited he was. He said, I'm going to Victory Lane. I'm going to interview Jesse. Do you remember that one?
Absolutely. You know, we traveled to Bristol together. We went to other tracks together. Like you said, he was a friend as well. Man, I remember him at the fence of the racetrack when he was 2 years old. He loved racing, and he got his dream job. So I'm just here again to honor him.
And so here at Grand Bend Speedway, we're excited to see certainly this pro late model out here at the track. How's the track been treating you out there today?
Oh, well, my first practice session was a little hairy there at one lap. Got a little loose on entry and damn near took her into the fence, but we saved it, and we're dialing her a little.
Jesse Kennedy, good luck today in the feature.
All right, thank you.
Jesse Kennedy here at Grand Bend Speedway today. My name's John Houghton, and we'll check back in a little bit. This is Jesse Kennedy's number 10 Pro Late Model sponsored by Wampum Fuels, and we'll look forward to seeing him in action come feature race time.
This afternoon in Jared's memory, and knowing Jared, he would have been at the racetrack 3-4 hours before we even showed up, just getting all the backstories and everything from the pits and getting set for a good show.
Yeah, one of my favorite, the image I always have of Jared Docstator is one of the great Canadian race weekend events. I was down in the pits and I was sort of looking up towards the broadcast tower at Delaware, which is a very tall one, and Jared was perched at the top of it like Spider-Man, not on the announcer level, no, on the top level where the scorers or where the spotter would be for the race director, and then not even just standing where the race director would be. He was actually perched up on the wooden lattice work, the safety railing, to get as high as he could get above all of the action there during practice. And so that's one of the images that really sticks around for me for Jared.
Yeah, ironic you mentioned that. Across on the backstretch, which is now the backstretch, used to be the front stretch to Jared Docstator broadcasted tower. I used to stand on top of the angled roof. When I first came and broadcasted here, he couldn't make it one particular day. He goes, well, you're going to have to stand on top of the booth. I said, on top of the booth? He goes, yeah, on top of the booth. It's about a 33-degree angle. You got to be careful up there. I said, okay, Jared, we'll give it a shot. On track right now this afternoon, brought to you by Docstator Property Maintenance. We have our junior sprint class, Heat 1 of... No, actually, it's feature number 1, right, John?
Well, this should be heat. There's so many. It's such a success story at Grand Bend Speedway, the kids racing program with the junior sprinters. Tons of them out here, and so we've got the two. I'm going to look over at 8. I believe we have 2 full heat races today for the junior sprinters.
Yeah, we have the 10. That's Tyson Fusil out of London. The 13 is Camlin Bright. We have the 9 of the orange number 9 of Ethan Lloyd. out of London, Ontario. The other 10 is on there, 10X, that's Maxon Desat out of Chatham. The 18, that's 18H, that's Petrolia's Edwin Hyde. And the 6X looks like Maxwell Lloyd out there as well as we get set for 8 laps, heat race number 1, junior sprint class.
And so these are our youngest drivers indeed at Grand Bend Speedway, and they're coming down to Will's waiting green flag, who sets them loose for the first 8-lap heat race of the evening. The youngest drivers on track right now, and the 10X of Maxon Desset leading the way here to turn 3. The 6X, though, of Maxwell Lloyd up to the high side here for the lead right off the start. And leading lap number 1 is the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd with the 18H of Edwin Hyde, the defending champion of the division now. Oh, and trouble off of turn 2. Almost the 10X of Maxon Desset hangs on to it. We stay green on the track. Battle for the lead.
Edwin Hyde to the inside in that 18X of Maxwell Lloyd in that 6X, and Edwin will grab the lead through turns 1 and 2. Maxwell fighting back on the outside, trying to draw even into turn number 3. And they'll come out of turn number 4, and Edwin will lead that lap. Front 2 trying to get away. The 10 is Tyson Fusil in the 3rd spot. Then the 10X of Maxon Desat in 4th as they come up on some traffic. And Edwin Hyde starting to pull away now. Hyde, Lloyd, Fusil, Desat, your front 4. Then it's the 9 of Ethan Lloyd and the 13 of Camlin Wright. That is your running order.
18H, Edwin Hyde leading the way. 6X, Maxwell Lloyd. 10 is Tyson Fusil in the classic Tammy 10 looking machine. Tammy 10, a famous super modified driven by Harvey Lennox here in the Ontario region. So some old timer race fans might recognize that 3rd place car as they get the 2 to go signal from the flag stand.
Yeah, half a mile to go here for the leader. That's the 18H of Edwin Hyde. They'll come up with some traffic as well. That's going to be the 13 of Camlin Wright. And they'll go to the inside of the 13. White flag this time by for Edwin Hyde in that 18H, and Maxwell Lloyd a quarter mile to get something done here.
Oh, and trouble on turn 4. Trouble in turn 4. We got one around on the inside of turn 4. Oh, we'll look on the replay here. Let's see what John Paul caught. And it's a solo spin.
Yeah, I think that's the 10X of Maxon Desat.
Yeah, we'll watch it again here on the replay. And he's just coming into frame there. Oh, no, here he is there, just coming into frame, and he got a little low on the apron there. Came up maybe a little slight overcorrection perhaps. But a solo spin over there in turn 4, and they'll get him turned around.
And that'll give the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd an opportunity. Tyson Fusil back in the game as well, as Hyde had a pretty comfortable lead with the lap to go.
Lots of great competition on the card this afternoon. We've got junior sprinters, 9 horsepower sprints. We've got the Robson scrap metal mini trucks. Huron taxi service late models, also some exhibitions from the Hot Rods and Superstock Sportsman. And then we've got the Invitational Bone Stocks sponsored by Docstator Property Maintenance. That's going to be one to watch, Chris. You've got the entry list there. How many of those Bone Stocks showed up today? It was...
I think we have 9, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a growing program. You know, one thing I always say about Grand Bend Speedway is we're a track that goes fishing. We like to put programs out there and we see whether drivers grab onto them. And I think the Cobra Tire Cup program, especially with that double down loyalty bonus, is certainly one that drivers have grabbed onto and said, that's something I want to be a part of. And so racetracks are sort of tricky. Getting from 2 or 3 cars up to 5 is actually really hard. But once you get up to 9 or 10 cars, it's, you know, drivers draw drivers. Once they come out to the track, they experience what it's all about. They have some fun out here. It's, you know, and they tell the other drivers, they say, hey, Grand Bend Speedway is a fun place to race, and
yes,
it certainly is.
There's some good names. One coming in from Niagara Falls. We'll get to that roster when the Bone Stocks hit the track. Here we go. It looks like a green-white checkered finish here for heat race number 1, junior sprints, green flag. And a great start by Lloyd. Tyson Fusil in that white number 10 trying to push Hyde into the corner. And Fusil goes really high, might get a run. Here comes Desat from the back of the field up to 4th. And Fusil will grab the 2nd spot with 1 lap to go.
The kids are fighting hard for it here in the heat race competition. Final lap, white flag, 1 lap to go. 18H, Edwin Hyde up front, the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd trying to put a move on for 2nd here.
They'll work turns 3 and 4. Out of turn 4, Hyde's going to win it. Fusil with a great restart will grab second, followed by Lloyd, Desat, and Bright. That's your finishing order for heat race number 1 in the junior sprint class.
So a successful run there for the junior sprinters. The 18H of Edwin Hyde takes our win. He'll swing on around here for a quick photo with April Wilson of April Wilson Photography. As he stops there, race fans, put your hands together, give a warm round of applause to your first winner of the night. That's the 18H of Edwin Hyde in the first of 2 8-lap qualifying races for the junior sprinters. These are the kids, the youngest drivers out there. As Edwin makes his trip out to the outfield there, which is where our pits are located there. The pits are not on the inside of the track, they're on the outside behind the back straightaway there.
On track right now, here comes heat race number 2 for the junior sprint class. That's Blake Watson, Ontario. 75, that's Cillian Collins out of Petrolia. The blue number 6, that's Alexis Eaton from London. The 90 is London's Paisley Lamont. That's Petrolia's Paxton Wright. And the 39, that's Landon Moore out of Watford, Ontario. Getting set for junior sprint class heat race number 2.
And so it'll be interesting to see this one shake out here. We've got some strong drivers in this one. The 2 of Blake Watson, she got her first feature race win earlier this season, has been chasing that glory once again ever since. She's been close a couple of times. The field is staying really far away from her. I don't know if they're scared of her or what's going on.
They just got the call from race control to double up, so we'll see the white flag, I think, this time by. 8 laps the scheduled distance here for heat race number 2.
So drivers in our divisions at Grand Bend Speedway always line up in a 2x2 formation. So when you hear us talking about them doubling up as they come by the front straightaway, that's basically what doubled up looks like. If we got that 15 right alongside the 2, and that's part of the coaching actually. So the race director's actually on a one-way radio into the driver's earpiece. The drivers can hear the race director, and especially with the kids program, they're actually trying to teach them how to do things like double up, which is easier said than done sometimes, especially with the youngest drivers. Green flag flies down the, and they're wrecking on the start here, but the green flag flies. Somebody didn't hit the gas.
Yeah, trouble for Paxton Bright in that 15, but Watson out front with Eaton.
They're going to call that one back. I don't know if we'll catch the replay or what here. Let's have a look. That was a wild there at the back of the pack. That was a wild one.
Yeah, the 15 now stopped at the entrance to turn 1, so Paxton will need some service here from the crew.
Well, that might be an indicator there. Maybe the drive chain slipped off. It seems to be like a common failure on these vehicles, because it seemed like the 15 just didn't go, and it created a log jam. And I don't think we caught that one on the we didn't have our finger on the replay trigger on that one, I don't think, which is okay. Sometimes they slip past us, but it was.
Yeah, thanks to those viewers watching in live at Checker Flag Media. We appreciate it, as well as everybody in attendance here on a nice, cloudy, non-humid Sunday afternoon, which is nice for a change.
It's perfect. I was talking with Jared Docstater's dad just before the races, and I said, "This is the weather that is perfect for racing. It's not. We're not cooking in the sun. We're not freezing at night. It's just nice. Just nice here in the afternoon. A little bit of sun peeking through from time to time. That's awesome."
Still under caution here as they're attending to the 15 of Paxton Bright. We'll see the junior sprint class again just before our intermission this afternoon, race fans, for the B main. And then the class will lead off the second half of this afternoon's event with the A main. So still plenty more junior sprint action to come.
And trouble here continuing for the 15 on the back straightaway. The car won't go. So safety crew is going to come out and give it a push, I think. And so we've got the full-size safety truck coming out to give it a push as the field is ready to rock and roll here and go back at it. We have no laps in the books for heat number 2 for the 9-horsepower sprinters so far. But again, a very special welcome to fans joining us at Grand Bend Speedway for today's race. We're glad we're here, and we hope you enjoy today's competition. We also love fan feedback at Grand Bend Speedway. If you have any feedback on today's event you'd like to share, things you liked or things you'd like to see done different, the easiest way to get in touch with us is to hop on grandbendspeedway.ca, click on the contact link, pop us off an email, or give us a call. Likewise, if you want to learn how to become a racer at Grand Bend Speedway, you can reach out to us and we can get you pointed in the right direction so you can live the dream of driving your own race car even this summer, right? It's not even August yet. Still time to get out there. And just a friendly reminder for your safety, please do keep back from the fence at all times during today's events. Fans are encouraged to keep a close eye on the racetrack, just as you wouldn't take your eye off the puck at a hockey game. Don't ignore the activity at the racetrack, and of course, giving that fence all that healthy space. The racetrack is an unpredictable place. That's why we love it so much. All the more reason to keep back from that fence and keep a close eye on the action. It also might sound obvious, but it bears repeating. In the event of any unexpected happenings on the track at this event, fans are reminded to stay off the racetrack. That might sound obvious, but do keep off the racetrack at all times. Sometimes there's crew members watching from the grandstands and things like that. We just have to let our professional staff take care of any situations that can happen out there on the racetrack, just as we see right now. They've loaded up the number 15, and they're going to take that vehicle and driver back to the pits. In terms of Grand Bend Speedway, the track in front of you right now, this is a quarter-mile paved tri-oval that was built in 1996. We're located just outside of the town of Grand Bend, right next door to Grand Bend Motorplex. That's the drag strip and the road course. That's in action this afternoon as well. The track has featured many great local drivers and touring competitors who have cut their teeth racing at this facility. Grand Bend Speedway is considered, they call it a driver's track. It's got a bit of a tricky layout that was later expanded in the 2000s to the full-size track you see today.
Yeah, and a little while ago it was the opposite. So the front stretch that you see the cars going by right now was actually on the other side, just in front of the Jared Docstator booth. You see the former start-finish line. Lots going on this afternoon. The quarter-mile track's busy. The exotic cars and the race cars are on the road course, and they got the drifting cars. The drifting track is alive and well. So lots going on here tonight.
We are at maximum utilization of the facility this weekend.
Getting set for junior sprint heat race number 2. We're back for a restart here. Green flag, and it's Watson in the 2, Lloyd in the, or my apologies, Eaton in the blue number 6, and they'll lead into turn number 1.
And as you can see, that's what that is supposed to look like. The 2 of Blake Watson, the West Lauren driver in the purple entry, leads the way. The 6 of Alexis Eaton in the blue car following in behind. The 90 is Paisley Lamont. She's out of London. That's your third place runner. Followed by the 39, Landon Moore, and the 75 of Killian Collins. That's your 5 drivers on the field of the 6 that started this one. And now they're making tracks.
Yeah, they'll average in the high 15s, very low 16-second lap times. Blake just turned to 15.807.
And they all,
lap number 2.
And they're all running pretty quick laps. They're getting faster as they go. They build up a little bit of heat in those tires. They're going to be halfway this time by for the 2 of Blake Watson. And this heat race looks to be a fairly straightforward one at the moment. The drivers have gotten themselves spread out. Not quite as hotly contested as we saw heat race number 1. Our junior sprinters, by the way, are sponsored by Pinedale Motor Inn. So if you're taking a trip up to Grand Bend, great place to stay is certainly the Pinedale Motor Inn. Blake Watson's going to come on by. 3 laps to go here at the stripe for the driver out of West Lauren. And a bit of a battle here shaping up now for 3rd and 4th place. If you look into turn 2, that is the right-hand side of the raceway, you'll see the orange 90 and the black 39. This is for 3rd place. That's the 90 of Paisley Lamont under siege from the 39 of Landon Moore. This battle going into turn 1.
White flag this time by for the leader out of turn 4. That's Blake Watson. That battle for 3rd, as John mentioned, continues. Moore will look to the inside. Lamont will shut the door. They'll have a quarter mile to settle that position.
There's the white flag for them as well. The leader is all the way over in turn 3, though. We'll check in with the 2 of Blake Watson. The purple machine just coming down the front straightaway. Checkered flag for the 2 of Blake Watson. She's your winner. And now in turns 3 and 4, that battle, the 39 of Moore took the spot away from the 90.
Yeah, a great pass by Landon Moore over Payson Lamont there to grab that 3rd spot. And Killian Collins wraps up the running order in the 75 car, and that'll wrap up junior sprint heat race competition. We'll see this class again with the B main coming up just before we head to intermission this afternoon.
A friendly reminder, if you're looking for some food this afternoon, whether it's a pizza, whether it's a sub, whether it's an ice cream cone, you can find that at the Outside Groove Diner. If you look towards the right-hand side of the racetrack, you'll see what looks like a bunch of garages back there. Those aren't garages, that's the food concessions and the washroom area. So if you're looking to get some food, you can head on over in there. One other unique thing about Grand Bend Speedway is that actually from that food area, you can look right into the pits and see the drivers and crew working on their cars. So absolutely at some point today at the Jared Docstator Memorial, make sure that you're taking a trip over to that Outside Groove Diner, grab yourself some ice cream, sit at the picnic tables, enjoy having a look at the pits and see what those drivers are up to.
Yeah, there's some great food. Just moments ago, we saw a quesadilla and what looked like to be a Cobb salad come our way. And it didn't take long for that to get consumed, so the food must be pretty good.
And so the 9 horsepower sprinters are in a bit of a pickle today, Chris. We were just chatting before the race. We actually had a huge crash in practice. This could become a victory by acclamation here. So they do have to put the car out here and see if the other 2 drivers will join them. But it's supposed to be the 33 of Carter Nickel and the 5 of Kieran Rose out of Kerwood are supposed to be on the track. They crashed pretty bad in practice.
Yeah, that's the, I don't know, it could be more than 2, but I saw Carter Nickel a few weeks ago take a hard lick out of turn number 2 as well. On the track right now, that's Kerwood's Adam Cole. Might be a heat race winner by
he might be getting ready to take the yellow checker here in a moment if these other 2 drivers don't shake a leg. And so I heard one of them's broken. Who was that, Chris?
I didn't get the car number, but one of them definitely has a front end broken, so won't be making the call here. And race control right now, John, discussing whether they're just going to turn 17 loose and go for some hot laps.
Yeah, they pretty much got it here, so he's got to run the designated number of laps. His competition didn't join him.
There's the flag.
You rarely see it. You rarely see it. But here we have a division where the other 2 drivers in the race did not make the call. And they've got to run those laps in there.
Now, do you know if we're supposed to have all 5 registered drivers in the heat?
I think we should be seeing another heat race come out here after this if our roster system.
So Adam Cole with a free chance at tuning up to 17 here for 8 laps.
Does give us a chance, though, to talk a little bit about the 9 horsepower sprinters.
Yeah, they're brought to you by McLean's Home Hardware in Grand Bend and Exeter.
And so when it comes to the 9 horsepower sprinters, they're one of the classic divisions at Grand Bend Speedway. So the junior sprints that you saw out here a few minutes ago, they're basically the ramped up version of that, but built for adults. The engine size is ramped up, so the junior sprints you saw earlier was a 6.5 horsepower motor. These guys, they run the 9 horsepower motor. You know, some people listen to these sizes of motor and they think it sounds like a lawnmower in terms of horsepower, but your lawnmower is not geared up the way that a 9 horsepower sprinter is. These things really fly, which again, when we saw that crash in practice earlier today, it was a pretty gnarly deal out of turn 2. The drivers were okay, but the vehicles were definitely tore up.
Yeah, Adam averaging right now probably just over 16 seconds. His fastest lap is 16.071 around the GPS quarter mile.
So he's going to be looking maybe to do a little bit of a tune-up here, I think, when he goes to the pits. But we'll also say, like the junior sprints, these cars don't have suspension or springs in them. So later in a few minutes, you're going to see the mini trucks out. They've got the full suspension package with the springs. These are a pretty rough ride around the track, these 9 horsepower sprinters. And they're a lot of fun, though, a lot of fun to drive. And so they can produce some of the best racing you'll see anywhere, actually. We'll look forward to hopefully Carter Nickel and the 5 are able to get the vehicles put back together for feature race time. That's probably what they're doing. They're probably up on the jacks.
White flag on the Speedway for Adam Cole in the 17 out of Kerwood, Ontario. A freebie of 8 laps to tune that 17 in for the feature coming up later this afternoon, and coming around through turns 3 and 4 to grab the checkered flag in the air for Adam Cole in the 17 out of Kerwood.
And he kept it on the rails, which is good, because if he had any trouble out there, it sure would have been an awkward victory photo here in a moment, right? Just the ghost of it would be a picture of a checkered flag just sitting on the racetrack. So indeed, the winner by acclamation. This is Adam Cole. So put your hands together, race fans. Our winner by acclamation, Adam Cole. It takes a lot of work to get these vehicles out there. We'll look forward to seeing if his compatriots are able to make it back onto the racetrack for feature race time. Carter Nickel in the 33, certainly a force to be reckoned with out there. And then the 5 of Kieran Rose out of Kerwood, also involved in that crash during practice. And so now the next group of 9 horsepower sprinters, and there's the rest of them.
Yeah, so those other 2 automobiles must have been fixed during that first heat race, because now we have 4 in heat race number 2.
We're going to the updated roster. We must have had some late entries on this one here, which is always cool to see. Yeah, we do. The 13, Ray Janice Jr. out of Windsor joining the pack there. And then also the 45 of Anthony Pauli out of London. So a great pack. Interesting to see there, that first heat race not contested at all because of that practice crash. And then heat race number 2 here, we found the rest of them.
Lucan's Gareth McLean in the 12 car. The 90 is Keegan Lamont out of London, Ontario. So 4 cars getting set to do battle for 8 laps here.
The main adjustments they make on these vehicles, by the way, we were mentioning they don't have suspension components. There's no springs to change in them for anything like that. The principal adjustment that they'll make in these vehicles, they'll move the weight around, but usually they just sort of set that where it is. The main change is actually in terms of tire pressures. So usually what they'll be doing is they're trying to hit the stagger right. So for fans who haven't heard this stuff before, when you pump the right side tires up larger than the inside ones, what happens is the outside tire has a larger circumference around, a larger distance to travel than the inside tire. That difference, we call that the stagger, and it really helps to get the cars through the corner extremely effectively. That's one of the key adjustments that they're trying to hit on these cars each and every day.
8 laps, here we go out of turn number 4. Green flag in the air for the 9 horsepower sprints, and McLean with a good start in the 12. Here comes the 13 of Janice Jr. to grab the 2nd spot, and drops Lamont to 3rd, and Pauli in the 4th running position as McLean's out to a pretty healthy lead for lap 1.
You know, in that 12 out front, Gareth McLean, he runs a GoPro camera on the top bars of that thing. If you hop on YouTube during the week and search for new uploads with the term Grand Bend Speedway in it, certainly you'll see our live stream, but you'll also catch the 12 of Gareth McLean. He's got a YouTube channel, and after a couple days, usually uploads the camera footage from that 12 car, and you can see how much they're flying around these tracks. He's got a good lead right now over that 13 of Ray Janice Jr. Janice Jr. makes the trip all the way from Windsor to have some fun out here at Grand Bend Speedway. Your leader is the 12 of Gareth McLean. He's from Lucan, Ontario. And again, these heat races are the qualifying races for the feature races later on tonight. The drivers pick up championship points, and these races also help set the feature race lineup for those main events when all the drivers come out together.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see those 2 cars that didn't make the call for heat race number 1 make it for the feature. Obviously, they'll be starting at the back, but it'd be nice to see if they could make it in.
Well, and I'll certainly make a trip, probably at Intermission. I'll swing on out to the pit area and see what's going on with those drivers. The 5 was looking pretty used up. I don't know that that vehicle was going to get repaired, but they were thrashing hard on the 33 of Carter Nickel. During the pre-race video interview that they would have seen on the live stream, you could actually see the crew in the background with a sledgehammer just hammering one of the tie rods, which is part of the steering assembly. Not exactly a precision adjustment, and so if he does get it back out there, I don't know how well it's going to handle for him. White flag, final lap.
Yeah, McLean will work the back on the outside of Paulai into the turns 3 and 4, one final time. And coming around, checkered flag in the air, 9 horsepower sprint heat race number 2 to number 12. Gareth McLean. It'll be Janice Jr. coming home in second, followed by Lamont and Anthony Paulai. Rounding out the order to complete 9 horsepower sprint heat races for the afternoon.
McLean's Home Hardware is located at 70948 Blue Water Highway, RR number 1 Grand Bend. McLean's Home Hardware is your one-stop shop for paint, tools, grills, home improvement supplies, and more. Visit homehardware.ca for our full list of products and services. And for a full listing of Grand Bend Speedway events, you can hop on grandbendspeedway.ca. Race fans, put your hands together for the 12 of Gareth McLean out of Lucan. He is your heat race winner.
Coming up will be our first feature of the afternoon, feature 1 of 2 for the Robson Scrap Metals mini trucks. And you were talking about suspension, 9 horsepower versus the trucks. And the trucks don't look like they have a lot of suspension either. They bounce around like crazy, John.
They do bounce. It's a stiff suspension, but it is there. And so one of the really cool things about a mini truck, drivers have told me this. I can't verify this. I never got to drive a mini truck. It was never one of the ones I got to drive. But the mini trucks, they essentially say, are a real good learning platform for any other type of racing, whether it's super stocks or sportsman or late model. But actually the dynamics of the vehicle in terms of drivers learning how to set up a vehicle, the skills actually are really surprisingly transferable from the half-scale vehicle to the scaled-up one. So these mini trucks, and especially today, like there's a really solid group of these out there here. They are a classic Grand Bend Speedway division. It's the Jared Docstator Memorial, which always draws a ton of mini trucks out. Most of these drivers knew Jared and wouldn't miss his race for the world. And so a lot of these drivers are out today. You know, for example, I'm seeing on the roster, I see like Carson Sim is out today in the 43 truck out of Ilderton. He's not usually a regular runner with us, but certainly at a special event like a Jared Docstator Memorial, that black 43 truck definitely comes out of the woodwork. And that's awesome to see. I think it's a real testament to the legacy of Jared and how respected he was by these drivers, that even if they're not currently running a full-time schedule, this is the race that they make it to. That's really neat.
Yeah, a nice car count for the truck sale. 11 scheduled to take the track in a couple of seconds, I would assume. 20 laps the scheduled distance for a mini truck feature race, number 1 out of 2, and we'll see them again later this afternoon.
The Outside Groove Diner and Food Court is open daily at Grand Bend Speedway, as well as certainly here at the racing events. You can enjoy hard serve ice cream, subs, pizza, nachos, and more right here at the track. It's located behind turn 2. That is the right-hand side of the raceway. If you go on down there, you'll see great views of the pits on race night, as well as a live broadcast of tonight's races. So if you are heading to that pit building back there to get some food, you won't miss a lick of the action because we have the live stream running right in that building.
Yeah, this race will feature our first on-track interview. John will talk to the winner of this first feature for the mini truck class, and you'll hear drivers throughout the afternoon thank the sponsors on board their vehicles to help them put them in the seat. But the Grand Bend Speedway itself, we can't run without sponsors as well. I want to recognize a few of them right now. MyFM Exeter Grand Bend, MyFM Strathroy, Cobra Racing Tires, Stratford Auto Recycle, McCann Ready Mix, Country Corners, Marshman Engines, to name a few. Getting set for mini truck feature race number 1. Let's introduce you to the starting order. The 53, that's Watford's Nick Buss. The 4 is Dylan Graham from Glencoe. The 43, Carson Sim out of Ilderton. The 2 is Malachi Busink out of the Strathroy. The 11 is Mitchell's Colin Klumper. The 18 is Edwin Hyde out of Petrolia. The green 18, Edwin's driving the 18H. The green 18, that's Quinn Gertz from Ilderton. The 19, that's Caleb Gertz, also from Ilderton. The 15 is Melbourne's Keisha Zimick. The 22, Judah Busick out of Strathroy, and rounding out the field, the 88, Andrew Rose-Cole out of Forest. We're used to seeing Andrew Rose-Cole drive a 9-horsepower sprint. Nice to see him in a truck. This is a great field, getting ready to do battle for 20 laps.
So they're going to be coming to the white flag here 1 lap before they go at it. You can see these are the older drivers, much more experienced, right into that 2x2 formation.
Let's go live to race control here, give the fans a little bit of a treat as we'll mic race control in 8.
Distance, 20 laps the distance.
As they'll bring him to green here. Green flag, we're racing with the mini truck class, and they'll roar into turn number 1, 2x2, 4 rows on back. It's thus washing up the track. It'll give an opportunity for Zim 3 wide into turn number 3. Sim in the 43, Graham in the 4. They're all goggled up after lap 1, John.
You know, this track was built, if you look at it from above, it looks like a Charlotte Motor Speedway, and these drivers are definitely making it look like that today. 3 wide there on that lap. Still 2x2 for the lead. The 43 of Sim versus the 4 of Dylan Graham out of Glencoe. You've also got the 18 of Gertz up in that front trio. Behind that, it's a hungry pack chasing them out of turn 2.
Yeah, Klumper in the 11, Caleb Gertz in the 19, Thuss in the 53. They're all right there, almost nose to tail. Klumper will dive to the inside of the 4. Graham and Quinn Gertz all the way up to second. Sim will lead him into turn number 1.
I gotta say, Chris, watching these Robson scrap metal mini trucks, I feel like this is the most competitive we've seen these drivers this year. Trouble possibly on the front straightaway.
Yeah, 88 of Andrew Rose-Cole will peel off the track side by side for the lead. Quinn Gertz has come from 4th to take the lead in turn number 1 on Sim. Here comes cousin Caleb in the inside on number 19, trying to get to the inside of the Sim 43.
Absolutely thrilling mini truck competition. You won't see this anywhere else. You've got the 18 of Gertz out front, the other Gertz, the cousin in the 19 running in second. That battle that was for the lead is now the battle for third. The 4 of Dylan Graham now up to the 3rd place spot.
Side by side for 4th. It's thus to the inside of Sim in that 43. Hyde will get to the inside of Klumper. Malachi Busink in the number 2 to the inside of the 11 truck now. At 18, green and what yellow of Quinn Gertz seems to be on rails right now, just trying to get away from the rest of the field. Dylan Graham, who's had a strong 2025, has caught the 19 of Caleb Gertz and trying to get around him.
And so this battle for second place is the hot one to watch right now. The 4 of Dylan Graham gets now down to the inside, completes that pass. That was good. 3 wide here at the start-finish line, by the way. The 15 of Keisha Zimick right in the middle. As the 43 of Carson Sim and the 15 of Keisha Zimick fighting for that spot. Now back up to second place here at the start-finish line. The 4 of Graham and the 19 of Gertz fighting for second.
10 down, 10 to go for the leader. The 18 of Quinn Gertz, and Caleb Gertz has fought back against Graham. That battle's actually brought Nick Thuss back into the fight for the second spot in that 53 truck.
Nick Thuss now to the inside of the 4 of Dylan Graham in the green 53, green and black 53. They touched just a little bit, I think, through the middle of the turn there. And still side by side for the 3rd place spot down the back stretch. 53 of Nick Thuss trying to get through the inside of the 4 of Dylan Graham. Still locked in this fight. A competitive battle down that back straightaway. The 4 of Dylan Graham, he's not letting go.
That 18 of Quinn Gertz right now in a class of his own. That truck is just gone. Caleb Gertz alone in second. That battle for third continues. Thuss in the 53, Graham in the 4. Hyde up to 5th now, followed by Klumper, Zimick, and Malachi Busink in that blue and white 2.
Still watching this 3rd place battle. The one to watch, the 53 of Nick Thuss, just about has this thing finished off. The 4 of Dylan Graham, though, as we were saying, not letting this go. And I think that's going to be it right there.
Great battle for fifth as well. Klumper, Hyde, Zimick, all tied up out of turn number 4. That's the battle for the 5th spot. Klumper just finished passing Hyde last lap through.
Black number 11 of Klumper, 18 of Hyde, still fighting for that spot there. It's been 2 laps to go here at the start-finish line. Keisha Zimick in the blue 15, she's there as well. White flag flies for our leader. Our leader is the green 18 of Gertz, Quinn Gertz, working into turn 3 right now. All by his lonesome, out of turn 4 and down the front straightaway. Checker flag for the 18 of Quinn Gertz. Here comes your second place runner, Caleb Gertz, 1953 of Nick Thuss, takes 3rd.
Yeah, then it's the 4 of Graham. Then it's Hyde, Zimick, Klumper, Malachi Busink, Judah Busink, Sim, and Rose Cole did not complete the race, and that'll complete mini truck feature race number 1. And we're going to hear from the driver of the green 18 coming up momentarily, Quinn Gertz, and we'll see the mini truck class brought to you by Robson Scrap Metals coming up later this afternoon as well. I want to thank some more Grand Bend Speedway sponsors: Home Run Delivery, Lambton Sanitation, CarQuest Park Hill, Horton's Lakeshore Enterprises. Of course, today's sponsor, Docstator Property Maintenance. Thank you so much for jumping on board for the 6th annual Jared Docstator Memorial. We'll send it down trackside to John Helton.
Down here now trackside with Caleb Gertz. Caleb, congratulations, a successful run out there tonight.
Yeah, it was great. The starting was a bit puckering. We made it through some traffic and sort of stuck the lead out for the rest of the race.
Who do you want to thank this afternoon?
I'd like to thank my main sponsor, Giants Custom Services. He made it out here tonight, and we really appreciate the support.
Race fans, put your hands together. Quinn Gertz, your winner in the Robson Scrap Metal Mini Trucks. He'll snap a photo here at the Jared Doctator Memorial event. We'll throw things back up to the tower.
All right, time now, race fans, for our Huron Taxi, my apologies, late model class here at Grand Bend Speedway. It's so awesome to see. Looks like 6 late models in competition today. That is fantastic. Jeremy Curtis out of Park Hills in that 99. We welcome Jesse Kennedy, the regular at Delaware, in that late model number 10 out of Southwold, Ontario. The 1 is Jonathan Schwemmler from Listowel. The 67 is Olivia Curtis from Park Hill. The 25, that's Goddard's Run and Fascinato. And the 77, that's Gord Bennett piloting that 77 late model. Awesome to see this car count, John, for the late models. Great to see drivers like Jesse Kennedy, who is very well associated and was very close friends. Docstator, great to see Jesse here in competition.
Yeah, we had a chat with Jesse Kennedy during the pre-race interview section, and it was great to chat with him. We shared some memories about Jared and times when Jesse won the Great Canadian Race. And Chris, you remember how excited Jared was that day. You know, as announcers, we weren't really supposed to play favorites. Jared did have a favorite. He did well to hide it as well as he did, but there were some times where that enthusiasm did boil over. I remember when Jesse won the Great Canadian Race, that was definitely one of those times.
All right, race fans, let's take you live with race control here as race director Aiden brings them to the line.
One.
Here they come out of turn number 4. Green flag for our Huron Taxi late models.
Why is that not one? I must have switched channels.
Out of turn 2, the 10 of Jesse Kennedy gets to the high side of the 99 of Jeremy Curtis. Looking to take the lead early on. Kennedy now out front in the heat race competition. Just a quick 8-lap sprint for these Huron Taxi Service late models. The 99 Jeremy Curtis being under siege here from the number 1 of Jonathan Schwemmler out of Listowel. And so with the 10 of Kennedy, your leader, the 99 of Jeremy Curtis for second and third, this is the battle to watch with the 1 of Jonathan Schwemmler out of Listowel. And there he goes to the inside. Schwemmler gets a nose in on the 99 of Jeremy Curtis, side by side through turns 3 and 4 down the front stretch. The 1 of Jonathan Schwemmler out of Listowel gets that spot. This battle behind him has been Jesse Kennedy's music to Jesse Kennedy's ears as he sails away here.
Yeah, Jesse was very, very strong in practice earlier this afternoon. Just turned a 12.669 around the Grand Bend quarter mile. I can't remember the last time Jesse raced here. Can you?
Not offhand, and definitely not in a late model. This has been a growing program at Grand Bend Speedway, and this we're sort of seeing a bit of a peak here in terms of the growth, and that's part of the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series. The payouts there, attracting drivers, the big championship points fund, and then Jesse Kennedy out today, of course, for the memorial event for Jared Docstator. The white flag has flown.
Yeah, great battle back in the field as Kennedy comes around. Turn number 4, checkered flag in the air. Fascinato got by Bennett. It'll be Kennedy, followed by Schwemmler, and then Curtis, Fascinato, and Bennett, your running order as we finish with 5, started with 6, but great little car count for the late models this afternoon.
Well, and again, as we look at Grand Bend Speedway as a developing program, the late model program, to me, is one of the really interesting ones out here because, especially for the folks maybe watching from home or late model drivers watching from elsewhere in the province, Grand Bend Speedway typically hasn't necessarily had the reputation as being a late model track, but the promoters here, Gordon Tabitha, working so hard, bringing in the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, bringing in that big points fund to go with it, bringing down Cobra Tire Cup programming with the double down loyalty bonus, and it's been awesome to see the growth in this division. And it's certainly a bull ring style track, but that's a heck of a lot of fun. We've been kind of comparing it to the old Barrie Speedway up north that closed down in terms of size out here, and just really great to see late model drivers taking advantage of the programming. Race fans, put your hands together for the 10 of Jesse Kennedy, your winner, heat race for the Huron Taxi Service late models. And Jesse Kennedy showing how it's done there in his late model, a regular runner at Delaware Speedway, and certainly one of Jared's favorite drivers out there. And awesome to see him out today enjoying the event and seeing what the late model program's like out here at Grand Bend Speedway.
Sponsors want to recognize this afternoon RCM Racing Equipment, Excalibur Insurance, Leaf Racewear, Brander Steel Industries. Don't forget, Grand Bend Speedway and Festival Center has a wonderful go-kart racing experience open daily. You can check our website for the complete schedule. No racing experience necessary. We'll take you through a quick little go-kart school inside the buildings there. We'll take you through the flags and everything, and then you can come out and race this quarter mile in the go-karts. All the information, of course, on our website. It is a fantastic experience. Bring your friends, bring a whole party. We've got lots of go-karts back there.
One of the other programs we want to showcase at Grand Bend Speedway today is the Hot Rods program. This is certainly a developing program at Grand Bend Speedway. They put it on the schedule this year as a bit of an experiment to see who we might draw out to give it a try. And what we see is the 50 of Chris Lawrence being out here today, giving it a go once again, showcasing off his very, very fast hot rod out here at the track. And so he'll give us a couple of hot laps here, again, just showcasing this style of racing.
So explain to us, John, the definition of a hot rod in comparison to maybe a super stock.
Well, the hot rod, well, certainly the body style is the most obvious version. The Super Stock series, which we also have one of those out here today doing an exhibition, we call them the Super Stock Sportsman. Types of racing in Ontario, so if you think of like Sportsman Cup style racing, the old cast car style cars, which I don't know if they like being called the old cast car style type of cars, but that's just in my memory from when I was a kid watching at Delaware. When I see the Sportsman style cars roll out, that's kind of what I think of. It throws me back kind of that time period. Certainly the engine size is not the same as the Pro Late models that go and rip around out there, but there's a ton of these out there, these hot rod style cars. Older style street stocks also fit into the hot rod style rule book. You know, Chris, when you and I first started doing the call at Delaware all those years ago, the street stock division, as it was called, essentially all those cars would now be hot rods. You think of all those Chevy Novas that were ripping around there, and the Camaros that were out. As racing evolves and transitions into these new programs, the hot rod style of racing, to me, very much reminds me of the street stocks that I saw when I was a kid.
So Chris Lawrence on the track right now, 5 laps in the books. Fastest lap of 14.015 for Cowboy Chris Lawrence.
But that's the thing out here at Grand Bend Speedway. You're seeing a few of these single car runs out here. We are a track that very much goes fishing. They have a few different programs on the go this year. The Super Stock program and the Hot Rod program were two of those programs that were kind of experimental. They said, well, you're not going to prove that you can run these cars on the track unless you start running them on the track. And so it's an interesting thought. The hot rods that are out today, they get the full payout that's promised. They get the full NASCAR Championship points fund at the end of the year if they come out as the champion, right? And so for those hot rod drivers who are watching at home, there's prizing up for these races, and it's a fun track to drive on. You can go ask Chris Lawrence about it. He'll tell you about it because he's been fielding a ton of bone stocks out here. It's kind of become a little bit of a playground here for him for a few different projects he's got on the go.
Yeah, you mentioned at the top of the show, a lot of it has to do with word of mouth. Chris Lawrence, you want to talk word of mouth and communication, you want to talk Chris Lawrence. He's got a full army of bone stocks under his stable that run regularly at Delaware. Then all of a sudden, Chris shows up here at Grand Bend Speedway, late 2024. Word of mouth travels back to his racing circles, and we start to get more and more drivers who race with Chris and race in the bone stocks and come out, and now you can see the influx and the ripple effect of that word of mouth coming into play.
And you know, one of the things that we want to think about, certainly with when it comes to Grand Bend Speedway, you know, one of the reasons why we run the live stream that folks from home maybe are sometimes watching is in no small part to try to reach those drivers who might be sitting at home here on a Sunday afternoon, and they've got one of these sitting in the garage, and they go, well, actually, you sort of, people, you got to see it to believe it, so to speak. So once you start seeing the hot rods out there, it really does help to say, okay, this is what it would look like. And then you can chat with a driver, you know, a guy like Chris Lawrence, and say, okay, well, what was it like? Why do you, my favorite question, why do you keep going out there? And the answer is, well, it's actually a fun little bull ring to drive on. That's why I go out there.
10 laps to go this time by for Chris Lawrence in that 50 machine. Fastest time thus far, a 13.694. Just getting that car tuned up. Hopefully we'll see maybe another car join Chris later this afternoon, but we don't know.
There is another one in the pits. It might have been a late arrival. I saw it unload. It's kind of the Richard Petty look-alike one. Yeah, Ed Peterson out of Lawnsboro, Ontario. We've got him on the roster there. But for some reason, didn't make the call. So at intermission, I'll make a trip back to the pits and say, hey, where's your car at? What's going on? What's the problem? Flat tire? Maybe we got a tire we can give you.
I can pretty much predict right now, John's going to talk with the winner, Chris Lawrence.
I've got a good feel. I've got a lot of confidence in Chris here.
Yeah,
I've got a lot of.
And you watch Chris will ignore the announcer down there, whoever it is, get out of the car and immediately head to the fence.
A checkered flag's a checkered flag, man.
Yeah, but he'll climb the fence first, which he does all the time, and then comes back for the interview. So if you have your cameras ready when Chris pulls up, I'm pretty sure he'll come towards you at the fence as we come around.
I think this is, yeah, he's running down on laps. There's your 5 to go signal there for the 50 of Chris Lawrence. We'll see him back out later on tonight. We'll also certainly see, is he registered in Bone Stock tonight, or is it just his stable of cars?
He's not registered in Bone Stock, no.
Lots of drivers out tonight in Bone Stocks, and I believe, well, we're going to be seeing the exhibition, I think, from the Sportsman, Super Stock and Sportsman up next. But time running out here for the 50 of Chris Lawrence.
Yeah, it'll be 2 to go next time by for the 50 of Chris Lawrence. Half a mile to go at the stripe. There you see the sign from the flag stand. 2 to go. Cobra Cup NASCAR Hot Rod division here with the 50 of Chris Lawrence. White flag on the Speedway. Returns 1 and 2, one final time. Stretch some legs down the back stretch, under braking in turn 3, coming out of turn number 4, and there's the checkered flag for the 50 of Chris Lawrence at the line. And as mentioned, we will hear comments from the driver of the 50 coming up momentarily down at trackside with John Houghton.
Okay, so we'll swing on in here. I think he's going to stay in the car.
All right, so no fence climb this time, John.
Yeah, because he's also going to be entering this into the super stock race with these nice warm tires.
I had a feeling he was going to do that. He did that a few weeks ago, just waited on the track for the super stock sportsman competitor to come out in the track. I think Chris is going to do that again. He's going to wait, and we're going to have, looks like Ryan Bright out of Petrolia come and join Chris on the track. And here comes that 45 out of Petrolia, Ontario. That's Ryan Bright. And Ryan's been coming out to GBS for a few weeks now, maybe about a month, 5 weeks ago. Made his super stock debut, used to be a regular at Delaware Speedway in the super stock division as well. In the Cobra Cup NASCAR Super Stock Sportsman feature race number 1, 25 laps to scheduled distance here. Chris Lawrence will join Ryan for this heads-up battle. Still to come before intermission are Bone Stocks for their 2 heat races, and in our Junior Sprint B main, we'll wrap up the first half on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here at Grand Bend Speedway and Festival Center. White flag on the speedway for the 45 of Ryan Bright and the 50 of Chris Lawrence. 25 laps is the scheduled distance here in the sportsman super stock class here at GBS.
So it's going to be a one-on-one duel here between Ryan Bright and Chris Lawrence. As the green flag drops, we're off and racing. Now the 50 of Chris Lawrence, he's got a lot of heat in those Cobra tires. 25 laps worth of heat, in fact. I don't know if it's going to help him here against a full-fledged super stock, though. Because a hot rod can enter itself into the super stock division, but not necessarily the other way around.
Yeah, we saw this happen a few weeks ago when Chris debuted that pink 50 and waited on the track to entertain the competitor in the Super Stock Sportsman Series, who at that time was also the 45 of Ryan Bright.
Yeah, Ryan Bright has been really supporting the Super Stock Sportsman program. He's been out to every race. He's been talking it up as well. And again, it simply is a matter at Grand Bend Speedway, we think, of demonstrating the competition that we're able to put on out here, that in fact you can put a full-size race car on this track and that it does work. And we see Ryan Bright, he's got a lot of laps out here because he's been at every Cobra Tire Cup event so far this year. Yeah, he's getting paid. He's getting his double down loyalty bonus that doubles his payouts at every event. He's probably going to be the NASCAR champion in this division, I've got a feeling, right? And so there's a payout for that as well. So it's actually going to end up being a pretty lucrative year for the 45 because he stepped out and said, I'm going to support that program. And it was and is a good program.
Sub 13 seconds last time by for Ryan Bright at 12 at 9:64 on lap number 5 for the driver of the 45. Slowly but surely pulling away from the 50 of Chris Lawrence. Next time by 8 laps in the books here in the Super Stock Sportsman class.
And so, yeah, looking on our schedule here, up next is going to be the Bone Stocks after this, sponsored by Docstator Property Maintenance. And after that, it'll be the Junior Sprint B main, and that's going to take us into our 5-minute intermission at that time. And then from then on, it's full fields throughout the rest of the night, as all the drivers will be on the track from each of the divisions you've seen qualifying throughout the evening.
Don't feel rushed, though, race fans. I'm pretty sure the intermission will be more than 5 minutes. John's hoping for 5 minutes, but the last time we had a 5-minute intermission was back in the Ronald Reagan administration. So
I think it's possible. I think we can pull it off. But it's a good chance to, at any rate, to hit up the Outside Groove Diner, grab a sub, grab some pizza, grab some ice cream.
coming up to halfway for the leader, that's the 45 of Ryan Bright. He'll get the halfway sign from Will in the flag stand next time by. 50 is Chris Lawrence. Fastest time 12.907 for Bright at 13.187 for Lawrence.
Want to recognize a few of our sponsors at Grand Bend Speedway, including Docstator Property Maintenance. They are an Indigenous family-owned business based out of the Oneida Nation of the Thames, providing residential, commercial, and industrial grounds maintenance services since 2008. They're a team of experts that's dedicated to providing top-quality lawn mowing services to ensure your lawn looks neat and well-kept all year round. Using state-of-the-art equipment, the latest technology to provide the best possible service. You can contact them today at doxtatorpropertymaintenance.ca.
Yeah, and thank you to all the staff and ownership at Docstator Property Maintenance. They are the sponsor for this afternoon's entire event, so we appreciate their support here at GBS.
So laps running down in Superstock Sportsman competition here. Make sure if you're one of the Superstock and Sportsman drivers, hop on grandbendspeedway.ca. Pop us off a message. We would love to tell you more about the great programs that are going on in the Superstock Sportsman world. It is the kind of thing, we've gone fishing on it this year, and we see certainly what the interest is during the year. And what's really interesting, I was talking with one of the promoters, Tabitha, before the race. There's actually a ton of interest behind this division, which might surprise you, kind of look and go, well, where are the cars at? But there's actually a ton of interest behind the scenes of drivers who are saying that they want to come out, they want to give it a try. For whatever reason, their vehicle's not ready, something happens to it at their home track, at the most recent race, they can't make it out on Sunday. Stuff like that does happen. Certainly one of the reasons we run the Cobra Tire Cup on the dates that we run it is actually to avoid conflicting with other tracks. So a driver who races Superstock and Sportsman at any other racetrack in Ontario, they can run their home track rules. All they have to do is bolt on a set of Cobra tires. The Cobra tires will last essentially the whole season. Like, you talk to these drivers, they're running, certainly in the late model, they run the same tires, most of these guys, the whole year long. And so some people say, well, I don't want to buy the tires, because they're thinking the tires are only going to last 1 or 2 races, but certainly they last quite a bit more here at Grand Bend Speedway.
2 to go that time by for the 45 of Ryan Bright. A little tight in turn number 2 that time by. Washed up the track. He'll get the white flag this time by. The 50 is Chris Lawrence. Fresh off his hot rod win. And one more time down the backstretch for the 45 of Ryan Bright, waiting the checkered flag from the flag stand out of turn 4. And checkered flag in the air for the 45 of Ryan Bright, who wins feature race number 1 in the Superstock Sportsman class. And here comes the 50 of Chris Lawrence. And we should be hearing some comments from at least one of our drivers, the 45 of Ryan Bright, going to stop and visit with John Helton, who looks like John's wearing some sort of apparatus on his hat. John?
It's the hat cam. Haven't you seen the hat cam?
Only on you, bud.
Go home and watch it on YouTube later. It's the hat cam. And we'll come on down here and we're going to catch a quick word with Ryan Bright. Ryan, congratulations. Cowboy Chris Lawrence, the 50, came out and gave you a little bit of a run, but here in the Superstock and Sportsman, this is something we've really gone fishing with at Grand Bend Speedway this year, trying to see if there's some interest out there in the province. I know you've been a big cheerleader for this program. Tell us about the Superstock and Sportsman program and why you run it here at Grand Bend.
Oh, it's a good chance to get the car out. It'd be nice to get a few more. I know we got some guys lined up. It just hasn't worked out time-wise. It wasn't something they planned on, so hopefully as the season goes on, we get more out. It's a great track, fun environment. You get to race, but it's still a little more friendly than some of the bigger tracks. And it's keeping costs down. That's why we're out here. We just didn't have the support to go Delaware regular full-time this year. So this gave us an opportunity to keep the car dusted off and try to keep the skills honed in a little bit.
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I got to thank my wife and the 4 kids that are here today and support this, and 2 of them are racing as well. So it's a big thing for the family to take on. Good friend Steve-O here that's I've raced with years, go back here, Grand Bend, who's always been along the way to help me out with Delaware here and everywhere else. So all our sponsors who are on board and whatnot, and everyone who comes out to this track and supports this track, I'd like to thank all of you.
Race fans, put your hands together for Ryan Bright in the 45. We'll snap a quick photo here. And then just while I'm here, shout out to my kids. Thomas and Max are here today, and Leo's watching from home, but my kids, a nice afternoon race so they can make their bedtime later tonight. Bedtime's a long way away though, boys, so we don't have to worry about that. But shout out Thomas and Max and Leo, baby Leo, watching from home. So good to have you guys out today as well.
All right, race fans, time now for our Docstator property maintenance of Bone Stock heat racing, and heat race number 1 coming onto the track. A great car count this afternoon, the 78. That's Sarnia, Ontario's Lucas Chapman. The 07 Nick Ramsey out of St. Thomas, Ontario. The 07X, that's St. Thomas's Brody Rickwood. A couple of Delaware regulars coming to do a little Bone Stock racing this afternoon, which is fantastic. The 50 BT. Another Delaware regular, Justin Culver, out of Ontario. Great to see the influx for Bone Stocks here at the GBS. Heat races will run 8 laps here at Grand Bend Speedway. Let's get the 37 BT in there as well out of London. Sarah Lawrenson joins the heat race number 1. So the call coming from race control. They're going to double up the Bone Stocks here. Heat race number 1 on the track. And what should be a great Bone Stock division here this afternoon with a great car count. And I really enjoyed the hack cam, even though we
didn't work.
See it.
It didn't work.
We couldn't see it.
We went through all that effort on the hat cam, and it's not on the right. We're having trouble getting it locked to the right channel. It's been an experiment this year. The hat cam was working a couple weeks ago. We'll try to get it up and running again at intermission if we can. But white flag flies here on the front straightaway. We're getting set to go here with the Docstator Property Maintenance Invitational Bone Stocks. Been looking forward to this one all afternoon. You know, I talk about Grand Bend Speedway going fishing. Well, we went fishing here for Bone Stocks, and we caught a bunch of them here. We've got the first half of them here. We'll see the second half in heat race number 2, and we'll see the whole group back out for feature race competition later this afternoon. You're not going to want to miss that. As down the front straightaway, they mash the gas, and the green flag flies. Lucas Chapman takes us to the first turn.
Chapman on the inside, the 07, that's Nick Ramsey on the outside. Team cars, the 07 and 07X of Brody Rickwood right there, second and third. Culver in that 50, Lawrence in the 37, and Chapman will lead lap number 1. Here comes Rickwood to the inside of Ramsey in that 07X. Will grab the second spot.
78 of Lucas Chapman showing the way out of turn 4. 07X, Brody Rickwood out of St. Thomas, your second place runner. The 07, the black machine, Nick Ramsey, also out of St. Thomas. Battle of the 07s there for second and third. As for the 50, Justin Culver out of Lucan. And then the 37 BT, Sarah Lawrence out there out of London, rounding out the field right now.
Halfway this time by, halfway for the 8-lap heat race in the Bone Stocks. Chapman continues to be the leader. The battle is for that second spot. Team cars battling, and it's Ramsey. He'll dive to the inside of Rickwood, and Ramsey will grab that second spot for now. That 07, that black 07, pretty much a new looking car. I saw them putting tires on it. Looks like they got tires right out of the shop and put it on the 07 earlier in the pits. And now the 07, Nick Ramsey, trying to bridge that gap between Rickwood and the leader, Lucas Chapman.
As the white, 07 Ramsey there, right, or 07 of Ramsey, the black machine there, right sideways. We saw in the middle of the turns, the checker flag will fly here for the 78 of Lucas Chapman, Ramsey for second, 07X Brody Rickwood for third. The 50 BT, Justin Culver for fourth. As for the 37, and Sarah Lawrence rounds out the field there for the first half of our bone stock competition.
There's a 78 of Lucas Chapman. Give Lucas a round of applause. Race number 1 in the Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stock Division.
Yeah, this young driver's had a lot of success out here this year. As heat race number 2 rolling over the top hill there in turn 3, the left-hand side of the racetrack.
And let's introduce you to heat race number 2, the 33. That's a Paul Bogensberger out of Barrie, Ontario. The 7 is Thetford's Hannah Hamilton. The 9, Stratfordville, Ontario's Gary Triska. The 48H, that's Braden Hilchey out of Brigden, Ontario, and 8 laps the scheduled distance again. And the 22, I didn't see the 22 of Jordan Wilms. Did you see the 22 out there, John?
You know,
that 22 is labeled as the 9, I believe.
You see, this is tricky because they've been using tape to relabel themselves. So the 22 is now the 9BT.
Yeah, that's what we said. Gary Triska out of
Gary
Stratfordville.
Triska. And so what's that behind him? That should be the 22F of Jordan Wells. And the car doesn't look like it normally looks.
No, Jordan's out of he's out of Niagara Falls, Ontario. He's actually contending right now for the Bone Stock title at Delaware Speedway. Great to see Jordan making the trek from Niagara Falls as we'll see the white flag.
Well, and this isn't the normal car that he runs. He's actually the points leader right now in this division. And Triska in that machine there is in the other machine is in the one that normally is number 22. He's in a tie for second right now in the division. Let's mash the gas and go racing with the Bone Stocks. We'll put the calculators away for the moment. Let's see what we got.
I'm not quite sure race control is going to like that start. We'll certainly call him back.
They're beat banging.
Oh, but in the wall goes the 9 at Triska. Caution on the Speedway. That was a really uneven start, if you ask me. I'm not quite sure how race control viewed that, but we'll go caution nonetheless.
Well, there's this. It's the 7 of Hannah Hamilton down the infield. It's 9 of Jerry Triska here on the front stretch. Has a bumper coming off the front. Let's check the replay and see what's going on here. JP's got the slow-mo going. And they're just a lean. Triska is just a leaning on the 7 of Hamilton. Hamilton backs it into the turn 2 wall. Not too terribly hard.
But Triska on the replay got his left side tires off of the racetrack. The car kind of bounced off. We'll take another look here on Checkered Flag Media. Going into turn number 1, And you see the left side tires bounce off the track and up into Hamilton and sends Hannah up into the outside wall.
And she's just, give her a round of applause, folks. Hannah Hamilton, she's just gonna drive away from that. She's fine. And so we'll get set here to get everybody lined back up.
This microphone is only point one way and it works. All right, so it looks like we're going to get some debris cleaned up as well up in the high group between turns 1 and 2. Looks like Triska's retired from the race, John.
Well, he was losing the front bumper.
So consultation back at the pits, fix that bumper and return back to the speedway. Bogan's here in that 33. Jordan Wilms, and then the 48 of Braden Hilchey.
You know, one of the interesting things certainly about racing at Grand Bend Speedway, we've been talking about trying to attract drivers to the track. Because it is a bull ring style track, one of the things that we do find is like Hannah Hamilton in the 7 there, she does back it up into the wall. It probably won't be the end of her night, right? They're not carrying, especially at the exit of turn 2, they're not carrying quite the speed that you might be carrying at a faster track. It does allow the drivers to sometimes get up there and get into a little bit of trouble, but still be able to load the vehicle at least onto the trailer in one piece at minimum. You know, you can crash a car out here just as you can at any track, but certainly the bull ring style of racing, it's very, very, very different than racing at a really, really, really big track. And I love the bull ring style racing. Get your elbows up, get your way into the turn, force yourself a lane open, and go racing.
Of Gary Triska returning back to the track.
Yeah, good to see Gary back on track there. Certainly one of the drivers that was enticed by the Double Down loyalty bonus program as well as the Cobra Tire Cup. Got chatting with him during the off season, and he was chatting with me. He said, you know, what is going on out at Grand Bend? And I said, well, we got this thing, Cobra Tire Cup, run your home track rules, and come out and have some fun. And a lot of drivers are doing just that. The 48H of Braden Hilchey out of Brigden, another driver making a Grand Bend Speedway debut today. Awesome to see him out there in that black 48H down the back straightaway. So a big special welcome to him. And then also just by a show of hands, who here is at their first ever Grand Bend Speedway race today? You're at your first ever Grand Bend Speedway race today. Well, congrats, a very special welcome to you. We're really glad to have you out at the track today. We really hope you're enjoying today's event. Just a few notes, if you're new to the track, the food concession stand is located in the outside Groove Diner. That's behind turn 2, behind where the cars are right now. There's a set of garages back there. They're not garages, that's our food concession. That's also where the full washrooms are located. So if you're saying, Porta Johns, those aren't for me, well, we've got the full in-house washrooms are over in that building as well. So a lot of our infrastructure is located over on that side of the track, but here's the thing, at Grand Bend Speedway, the best view is over here. And so view versus amenities, we chose the view. You gotta walk to the amenities, but the amenities are worth it because you get a great view of the pits, and that's where we keep the ice cream.
So the field doubled up here, looking to go green. No laps registered in the books yet for this heat race number 2 for the Bone Stock class. They're looking for the green flag here. 8 laps on the docket, green flag. Bogensboger Jr. in the 33. It's Wilms on the outside. Here comes Triska now on the inside with the 9. I don't know why they changed their numbers.
I don't know why they do that to us either. There's some, well, why did he change? I'll go talk to Gary between races here and find out what he's doing.
Well, because you have Jordan running the 22F, and Gary's car originally is the 22 and had to, I guess, renumber it, but...
It's a fierce battle out front, though. As we see Jordan Wilms in that 22, getting the jump here on the 33 of Paul Burgensberger Jr. And so your points leader is now out front. Gary Triska in the blue machine This is your battle for second place, just going into turn 1 right now. Triska chasing down the back straightaway here.
Halfway this time by for the leader. That's Jordan Wilms out of Niagara Falls, Ontario. Vogelsvogel Jr. continues to hold on to that second spot. Triska hounding the 33 for third. And then it is Hilchi rounding out the running order right now in the 48.
And you can just see this battle for second and third. Triska's throwing it into the corner as hard as he can. With 2 laps to go here, he goes way up high. He's trying to get this momentum run. We'll see if it works for him. Triska throws it in deep, almost dirt tracking it, kicking it on the back end around that machine, but he doesn't get the launch off the turn when he goes like that.
I would say Triska might give the 33 a bumper, but there's not much of a bumper left in that 9 machine.
Yeah, he's lost the stock bumper cover, which is par for the course in just about any bone stock race where you get your elbows up.
Leader coming through turns 3 and 4. That's Jordan Wilms looking for the checkered flag, and checkered flag in the air. He'll take heat race number 2 in the Docstator property maintenance of bone stock class, followed by Vogelsvogel Jr., Triska, and Hilchi. Your running order, and as John mentioned earlier on in this division, it should be a fantastic feature with a ton of bone stocks in attendance this afternoon.
Well, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. They're going to have all the top drivers out there, the full field. Drivers will be able to go to the pits, make any repairs they need to make there after that one, and hopefully we get the full group back out for the main event later on this afternoon. That's going to be one to watch, sponsored by Docstator Property Maintenance. Here at the Jared Docstator Memorial.
One more race to finish off our first. Wilms, let's hear your race fans. Round of applause. Jordan Wilms, our heat race number 2 winner in the bone stock division. And coming up next, before we go to intermission, we'll see the full field for the junior sprints for the first time. After doing some heat racing, it'll be the B main for the junior sprint class. You by Pinedale Motor Inn. And here they come at the track entrance in turn number 3. It'll be 12 laps, the scheduled distance, race fans. 12 laps for the junior sprint B main.
And just as that B main gets out there, at every Grand Bend Speedway race, we always do that question, who's at their first ever event? And sometimes someone puts their hand up for that. And I always watch and see who does it, and the person who puts their hand up for it, they usually win a prize. What's your name? Where are you from?
Xander McLaren. I'm from Petrolia.
Is it actually your first time at Grand Bend Speedway?
Yes.
All right, well, a very special welcome to you. You get a free ice cream there. You can redeem that at the intermission. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, so as now we shift gears over to the B main.
Hey, my apologies, race fans. Just a half a dozen cars in the B main, not a full field. We'll see the full field to kick off the second half of our afternoon program. Paxton Bright's out there in the 15, the 90 Paisley Lamont, the 9, that's Ethan Lloyd, 75 is Killian Collins. I think that might be the 10X of Maxon Desat. I believe Tyson Fusil is through to the A main. I could be wrong. And the 13, that's Camlin Bright. Green flag. And we're racing with the junior sprint B main. It is Maxon Desat and Paisley Lamont leading the field out of turn 2 and down the back for the first time. 12 laps to scheduled distance here for the junior sprint class.
And this is our final race before the intermission as well. So after this race, there'll be a brief intermission.
13 is off the pace on the front stretch. That's the 13 of Camlin Bright. And we had issues with the 13 in the heat race as well. Camlin was slow and the car came actually to a stop caution on the speedway.
Yeah, and so looks like the driver dropped the drive chain, which isn't, certainly the driver can't do anything about that, but what's going on, so these cars, they're chain driven. So the engines are mounted beside the driver in this case, and there's a chain attached to it. And that's how we get the power off to the wheels. You sort of imagine that you're riding your bicycle down the street and the chain pops off your bike. it's not going to matter how hard you pedal. If the chain has dropped off, you're not going anywhere. And so that's what's happened to the 13 at Bright right now. The driver out there has dropped the drive chain. And again, even if the driver, just mash the gas and go, it doesn't matter. There's no way to get power from the engine to the axle to create that, to get things going. So it's rough go there for the 13. And here's the problem when you drop a drive chain. Like we saw this driver drop a drive chain earlier in the night. And when you drop one drive chain, you tend to drop, you're dropping it all night, unless you're able to make the adjustment. So that can be an alignment thing. It can be how many rungs you have on your chain, how many links you have in the chain. If the chain's too tight, it'll explode, and then you don't have a chain anymore. The chain will be in 100 pieces on the racetrack. Chain's too loose, it just drops off and can even wrap around the axle. And so it really is, when we look at these cars, the Achilles heel, the weak point oftentimes is these drive chains. Now, once you get it set right, when I was a kid running junior late model, my first year I would drop drive chains, I would say with some regularity, right? Every couple events you'd be dropping one. But once we figured out what the perfect adjustment was there, by the time I was in my final year, I don't think I dropped a single one. That's part of the B-main learning process. The kids are learning, but also the people helping to prepare the vehicles are also learning the ins and outs of what it takes.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, the B-main was first introduced this season. Can you give us a little background on what?
Well, yeah, the original Bright idea, it came from a good place. There was sort of a thought, and it was kind of like, well, why don't we divide the junior sprints up into two divisions, an A group and a B group? Because that's how they used to do it in the 90s here. They used to have an A sprints and a B group. So the A sprints would have been the drivers who have a lot of experience and are running really strong. The B group would be kind of the learning group. But they kind of got looking at it and they said, well, we divide this up, and sometimes the drivers aren't at every race. You might not end up with a full field. And one of the ways that you get better is by racing against drivers who are better than you. That's another thing, too, that they looked at. And so they said, well, why don't we'll cap the field size for the main event. I think they capped it at 12 drivers, which means not everyone gets to start the feature race. So what the B main is the top drivers from this race will go to the tail end of the other feature. Some of the drivers, sadly, it'll be the end of their night, but so this is kind of like their main event. And so the goal with this, the drivers are still getting the proper number of laps in, and even though they might not be able to make it into the main event, into the A race, into the A main, they're still able to get those laps and they're still able to build that experience. And then that A main is able to run quite a bit more smoothly, because sometimes if a driver is still really, really learning, when you put them out there for the main event, that can sometimes be, for the full field, that can sometimes cause different problems out there. So they're going to be going green this time by, it sounds like, out there. And again, the race director is able to get on the radio. They do a little bit more coaching, I think, during the B main as well, because we really are trying to get these drivers to the point where they'll be able to run really successfully in the A main.
No laps sufficient. 12 for the junior sprint class, and here they come, and they'll take the green flag for the junior sprint B main. Is set on the inside.
Down the back straightaway, it is indeed the 90 of Paisley Lamont leading the way here to the start-finish line. 10X of Maxon Dissett out of Chatham. Second place runner. He's making a run to set in the white 10X up to the high side of Lamont. Side by side now for the lead here in the B main.
Yeah, the 9 of Ethan Lloyd there as well, looking for maybe a mistake at the front of this field, and the orange number 9 trying to get to the front. That sounds better.
And so Lamont in the orange 90, your leader out front. Dissett in the white 10X to the inside. They're touching. Oh boy, they're going around up towards the wall. Hang on to it, kids.
Oh, did Lloyd ever do some great driving there? The 9 went sky high to the high groove of turn number 1 and avoided everything. They locked tires. The 90 and the 10 locked tires going into turn number 1. They both went sideways. I honestly thought somebody was going over, John, but they kept them on all four
wheels. They
wheels.
something fierce. You're looking on the replay there, and watch this skip here in the slow-mo. It just goes, they touch the skip up in the air. Fortunately, back down onto the ground they had.
The right side tires of the 10 came off the ground just past the start-finish line, and like I said, I thought one was going over for sure. They were at pretty good speed.
They are bottom heavy. They can roll. It's interesting. Some, people look at the rollover potential on a vehicle like this. The sort of the story on the junior sprinters actually is back in the 90s, back in 1996 when this type of racing got underway here at the newly built Grand Bend Speedway at that time. One of the things that happened was there were sprint cars all over the place, but the go-kart racing all over the place. But in terms of for kids, they didn't have roll bars. So if you were out there and you're driving your go-kart and it rolled over, you have a big problem if that happens. And so some of the parents got this idea. They basically said, well, what if we take essentially kind of like a go-kart, and if we bolt a safety cage on top of it there, and that way, if the thing does get upside down, the kids are protected. And so, interestingly, sometimes people look at the rollovers in these cars and they go, oh, the rollover is the scariest thing that could happen. And I would actually say gently, the rollovers actually, they're not, you don't want to purposely go on that ride. But in terms of the thing you want to watch out for in a race car is the sudden stop, right? So if you're rolling, you're slowing down, you're distributing momentum differently than if you suddenly hit the wall and come to a complete stop. That's the kind of hit that hurts quite a bit more as a driver. Compared to, say, a rollover. If your safety equipment is on properly, if your seat belts are tight, and you're wearing your Hans device properly, your helmet is on, and you're holding on, for that ride, it's as thrilling, certainly, or more than anything you'll find at Canada's Wonderland. But the rollover is one of the things that can happen out there, but is certainly not to be terrified of, let's say. I never got the privilege of rolling my junior late model when I was a kid, but I knew kids who did, and I'd say, well, how'd that feel? Was that the scariest thing ever? And they go, well, actually, I've had way scarier crashes, just hitting things than a rollover. But anyway, no rollover tonight on that one.
These cars are tough. The 90 and the 10 back on the track. They're now trying to figure out the lineup. The 90 and the 10 should go to the back of the field here. And in front of any lapped cars, they're going to bring the 9 of Ethan Lloyd, who did a great job of avoiding that collision in turn number 1. So the 9 will go to the front. And the 75 of Killian Collins there in the second spot. And I think we should be good to go. And Lamont and Desat, I still believe, registered on the lead lap, so they'll start ahead of the 15 and the 13, I believe. Don't forget, intermission coming up right after this. Your chance to visit the diner, Sub Factories in-house, ice cream emporium, lots of stuff going on there. Pizza, nachos, salad, quesadilla, which I saw earlier that was devoured pretty quick. Fries, burgers, hot dogs, lots of good stuff. And the ice cream I hear is delicious.
We just saw a black flag on the track, and it went to the 10X. It sounded like there was something missing from the safety container on that vehicle. I didn't quite catch it, but he came back out. Driver came back out, and they were looking at it, and they seemed to indicate that it was missing some type of safety equipment. I didn't catch what it was. They'll send that driver to the pits to get that rectified, whatever it was.
So we got the white flag displayed on the Speedway. And I think the race control says we're going to go green, even though the field is not tightly bunched. We are going to go green, and we have an issue again with the 13. And John, will go back to that drive chain, I believe.
Drive chain party. Bet you could we see it? It'll be on the inside left, so I don't think we're going to be able to see it. I'm telling you though, once you drop a drive chain, you're dropping them all day long, because you gotta the adjustments to make to it. It's a fine adjustment. They can usually reposition the engine. The engine's kind of on a slider plate.
What are we looking at for time consumption on that repair though?
It's not that time consuming. Pull at a wrench, and there's at least if they have it. Like I remember on my car, I had it my dad sort of had it set up. It was on what I call like a slider plate. And then on each side of the slider plate, there was a bolt that came in. And so you loosen the bolts on one side, tighten them on the other side, and you can move the engine really easily. Not all the vehicles, I don't think, have that adjustment. Like we did that because we were dropping drive chains constantly. If you're new to the program and you don't have that adjustment on there, the engine might just be bolted to the frame of the car, and then your ability to adjust it is much more limited. I don't know if that's what's happening here. They also could have adjusted it the wrong way, so you think, oh, the chain must have been too tight, and you loosen it, and then you end up loosening it up, but it actually was the opposite maybe of what you needed to do. So it's a little adjustment.
Looks like they're going to put the 13 at Cameron Bright on the hauler.
Well, and it'll probably be the end of the night for that driver, because I think they're going to. I'm not an official on this. They'll probably say that that's 2 cautions in the same race here. That might be the end of that, but they got the vehicle up on the load here. That could mean that the chain was wrapped around the axle. I didn't get a good look when they loaded it, but safety crew's going to ride out with that, and that might be the last we see of that car tonight, because it is again the B main. Not everyone moves into the A.
Like, could even a bump on the racetrack under green flag conditions just cause that chain to drop right off?
You don't need to get hit by anything else. In a junior sprint style car, again, no springs in these cars. You're racing the other drivers. You're also racing the racetrack, and the racetrack is out to get you. You hit a bump the wrong way out there, and pop goes the drive chain.
White flag on the Speedway. We have 3 laps officially in the books out of 12 for this junior sprint B main race. It's Lloyd in the orange 9, Collins in the 75, Lamont in the 90. We still have the 15 of Paxton Bright on track as well. Green flag, a nice start by Collins in that 75, and Killian will grab the lead before turn number 1. And they'll both ride high in turn number 2. Lloyd trying to fight back, and Lamont trying to keep those front 2 in close proximity. Killian Collins will lead that lap. 4 laps in the books now. The 75, the 9, the 90, your front 3. Junior sprint B main on track right now. It is Killian Collins out front in that 75. Next time by, halfway signal from the flag stand for the 75 of Collins out of Petrolia, followed by the 9 of Ethan Lloyd from London, the 90 of London's Paisley Lamont, the 15 Petrolias of Paxton Bright. Petrolia versus London, the battle on the track. 2 from each community, and it's Killian Collins out front. Just turned her fastest time is 16.710 on that 75, and Lloyd just turned his fastest time is 16.617, so this race might not be over if Ethan can put a couple of those laps together.
Well, that's one of the things they're trying to do in the B main. They're trying to build up their consistency, and he is closing. Here, 4 laps to go. Your leader, the 75, Killian Collins, the 9 of Ethan Lloyd running in second, trying to chase down that leader. These laps ticking away. It'll be 3 laps to go here at the stripe from Will on the flag stand. But Killian Collins just ran his fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely got his stuff together out front. And again, B main drivers, they start towards the back of the feature race, but especially for drivers who get to run the B main and get to run the A main as well, the number of laps they're getting in that's pretty cool.
Lloyd kind of gained a few car lengths there out of turn 2. They're coming around to take the white flag. Collins out front, trying to protect against Lloyd, and Lloyd's closed the gap a little bit here. Quarter mile to go. They'll dive into turn 1, up the hill in turn 2, and down the back, and Lloyd is there now. Great run by the 9, and 9 gets loose out of turn 2.
It's the final lap and the final turn into the final corner. Pedal to the metal right now. Let's see who's going to take it. Killian Collins in the 75 takes it. 9 of Ethan Lloyd, that's second. But we'll go down and we'll catch a word with Killian Collins here. No interview, sorry. I just B main. I got excited. I get so excited. I thought it was the A main.
Yeah, no interview here, John, so save the hat cam.
Gotta save the hat cam. Well, we gotta fix the hat cam during intermission here, but it is the intermission time in the program for us. He goes down and gets the photo. Race fans, where did he get to? Where did he get to? Oh, he's there. Race fans, put your hands together for Killian Collins in the 75. He's your winner. And that brings us into now our intermission. So stretch your legs. Make sure you go check out the Outside Groove Diner down there. Even if you're not hungry, even if you're not going to use the washrooms down there or anything like that, go on down just for the view. You'll be able to look across the pits and see the drivers working on their vehicles. That's part of the attraction here at the track, is to be able to look and see what's going on in the pits. You can't do that anywhere else at any other speedway that I'm aware of. Go from the fan side and get that. Grand Bend Speedway is proud to be part of the Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, along with over 50 tracks across North America. Promotional consideration for the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series is also provided by Whalen Engineering and CarQuest. For more information on the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, visit the Weekly Series section at NASCAR.com. Huron Transfer Service late models bring the thrill of high-intensity late model racing to GBS as the track's top local division in the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series. Cobra tires help keep racing affordable and fair for drivers. Special thanks to Huron Transfer Service for their support, serving Central Huron and surrounding areas. Give them a call at 519-482-1100 to book your next ride. Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stocks provide a low-cost option for getting into full-size racing using cars that are readily available through scrapyards. Docstator Property Maintenance provides lawn maintenance, snow and ice control management for the Oneida Nation of the Thames, Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, Munsee Delaware Nation, Strathroy Caradoc Township, and South London. Robson scrap metal mini trucks are a classic half-scale division of racing at Grand Bend Speedway. Because of their size, the mini trucks turn Grand Bend Speedway from a short track into a full-throttle super speedway all the way around. A special thanks to Robson Scrap Metal, located on Carling Street in St. Mary's, for their support of the mini trucks. Grand Bend Home Hardware 9-horsepower Sprints are considered the original division of Grand Bend Speedway. Even before the track was expanded, the Sprints were running and providing amazing competition. McLean's Home Hardware is located in Grand Bend, with all you need to make your next home or garden project a success. The Pinedale Motor Inn Junior Sprints are the entry-level division for kids to get involved in racing. Open to drivers up to the age of 14, kids build their experience lap by lap. Pinedale Motor Inn is just a stone's throw away from the beaches of Grand Bend and the paths of Pinery Provincial Park. It's your cozy retreat after a sun-soaked Grand Bend day. For more information on any of these divisions, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Special thanks to our supporters. Marbolt Fasteners, Strathroy. In a need-it-now world, nothing is worse than not being able to take your soybeans off, not finish a fabrication job, or even finish the bed frame for your family staying the weekend just because of a few bolts you couldn't find in town. With over 10,000 and growing different items in stock, we are your solution. Locally owned and operated, visit marbolt.com. Family owned and operated McCann Ready Mix has ready mix plants located in Mount Carmel, Exeter, Mitchell, and Watford. They offer a wide variety of other services ranging from concrete construction, excavation, aggregates, and drag lining. Marshman Engines has been a longtime supporter of competition at Grand Bend Speedway. Keith Marshman has been a trusted and reliable source for small engine repair, maintenance, and diagnostics. Thank you, Marshman Engines. Located in Exeter, Ontario, Country Corners is a family-run multi-line powersports dealership selling and servicing motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, side-by-sides, e-bikes, tractors, and more. Visit them at countrycorners.net. Special thanks also to CarQuest Auto Parts Park Hill, Home Run Delivery, Lampton Sanitation, Stratford Auto Recycle, Cobra Racing Tires, Action Trailers, and Horton's Lakeshore Enterprises. Thank you also to RCM Racing Equipment, Excalibur Insurance, and Leaf Racewear. Broadcast services for today's race are provided by checkeredflagmedia.com. For a full summer schedule of Grand Bend Speedway events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Special thanks to our supporter, MyFM 105.7 Strathroy and 90.5 Exeter. Each day, the teams at MyFM leverage the power of local radio and their local websites to help make a difference in our communities. Find them online at exetertoday.ca and strathroytoday.ca for local community news, events, and contests. You'll find them on the radio dial at 105.7 FM in Strathroy and 90.5 FM in Exeter. For a full schedule of Grand Bend Speedway events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. All new at Grand Bend Speedway in 2025 is the Cobra Tire Cup Series, a 5-race series running on selected Sundays throughout the summer, with the season finale being held on a special 1-mile superspeedway course behind the traditional Grand Bend quarter mile. Visit grandbendspeedway.ca for more details. Grand Bend family go-karts are open daily at Grand Bend Speedway. Bring your family or bring your friends and take to the track this summer. No visit to the Grand Bend area is complete without a visit to Grand Bend Speedway family go-karts. The Outside Groove Diner food court is open daily with Grand Bend Speedway family go-karts and at all Grand Bend Speedway racing events. Enjoy hard-serve ice cream, subs, pizza, nachos, and more. Featuring a great view of the pits on race night and a live broadcast of the evening's races, be sure to stop by the Outside Groove Diner anytime you're at the track. For a full schedule of events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Grand Bend Speedway is proud to be part of the Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, along with over 50 tracks across North America. Promotional consideration for the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series is also provided by Whalen Engineering and CarQuest. For more information on the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, visit the Weekly Series section at NASCAR.com. Huron Transfer Service late models bring the thrill of high-intensity late model racing to GBS as the track's top local division in the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series. Cobra tires help keep racing affordable and fair for drivers. Special thanks to Huron Transfer Service for their support, serving Central Huron and surrounding areas. Give them a call at 519-482-1100 to book your next ride. Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stocks provide a low-cost option for getting into full-size racing using cars that are readily available through scrap yards. Docstator Property Maintenance provides lawn maintenance, snow, and ice control management for the Oneida Nation of the Thames, Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, Munsee Delaware Nation, Strathroy Caradoc Township, and South London. Robson scrap metal mini trucks are a classic half-scale division of racing at Grand Bend Speedway. Because of their size, the mini trucks turn Grand Bend Speedway from a short track into a full-throttle super speedway all the way around. A special thanks to Robson Scrap Metal, located on Carling Street in St. Mary's, for their support of the mini trucks. Grand Bend Home Hardware 9-horsepower Sprints are considered the original division of Grand Bend Speedway. Even before the track was expanded, the Sprints were running and providing amazing competition. McLean's Home Hardware is located in Grand Bend, with all you need to make your next home or garden project a success. The Pinedale Motor Inn Junior Sprints are the entry-level division for kids to get involved in racing. Open to drivers up to the age of 14, kids build their experience lap by lap. Pinedale Motor Inn is just a stone's throw away from the beaches of Grand Bend and the paths of Pinery Provincial Park. It's your cozy retreat after a sun-soaked Grand Bend day. For more information on any of these divisions, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Special thanks to our supporters. Marbolt Fasteners, Strathroy. In a need-it-now world, nothing is worse than not being able to take your soybeans off, not finish a fabrication job, or even finish the bed frame for your family staying the weekend just because of a few bolts you couldn't find in town. With over 10,000 and growing different items in stock, we are your solution. Locally owned and operated, visit marbolt.com. Family owned and operated McCann Ready Mix has ready mix plants located in Mount Carmel, Exeter, Mitchell, and Watford. They offer a wide variety of other services ranging from concrete construction, excavation, aggregates, and drag lining. Marshman Engines has been a longtime supporter of competition at Grand Bend Speedway. Keith Marshman has been a trusted and reliable source for small engine repair, maintenance, and diagnostics. Thank you, Marshman Engines. Located in Exeter, Ontario, Country Corners is a family-run multi-line powersports dealership selling and servicing motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, side-by-sides, e-bikes, tractors, and more. Visit them at countrycorners.net. Special thanks also to CarQuest Auto Parts Park Hill, Home Run Delivery, Lambton Sanitation, Stratford Auto Recycle, Cobra Racing Tires, Action Trailers, and Horton's Lakeshore Enterprises. Thank you also to RCM Racing Equipment, Excalibur Insurance, and Leaf Racewear. Broadcast services for today's race are provided by checkeredflagmedia.com. For a full summer schedule of Grand Bend Speedway events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. Special thanks to our supporter, MyFM 105.7 Strathroy and 90.5 Exeter. Each day, the teams at MyFM leverage the power of local radio and their local websites to help make a difference in our communities. Find them online at exetertoday.ca and strathroytoday.ca for local community news, events, and contests. You'll find them on the radio dial at 105.7 FM in Strathroy and 90.5 FM in Exeter. For a full schedule of Grand Bend Speedway events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca. All new at Grand Bend Speedway in 2025 is the Cobra Tire Cup Series, a 5-race series running on selected Sundays throughout the summer, with the season finale being held on a special 1-mile superspeedway course behind the traditional Grand Bend quarter mile. Visit grandbendspeedway.ca for more details. Grand Bend family go-karts are open daily at Grand Bend Speedway. Bring your family or bring your friends and take to the track this summer. No visit to the Grand Bend area is complete without a visit to Grand Bend Speedway family go-karts. The Outside Groove Diner food court is open daily with Grand Bend Speedway family go-karts and at all Grand Bend Speedway racing events. Enjoy hard-serve ice cream, subs, pizza, nachos, and more. Featuring a great view of the pits on race night and a live broadcast of the evening's races, be sure to stop by the Outside Groove Diner anytime you're at the track. For a full schedule of events, visit grandbendspeedway.ca.
Leading off our second half will be our Junior Sprint A main presented by Pinedale Motor Inn. What a fantastic car count we have out here. For the junior sprints, it'll be 20 laps, and we'll be talking with our podium finishers after this particular race. John will talk to our top 3. Killian Collins out of Petrolia at 75. London's Alexis Eaton in the blue 6. Petrolia's Edwin Hyde in the 18H. Blake Watson in the 2 from West Lorne. Landon Moore in the 39 from Watford. Maxwell Lloyd in the 6X from London. Ethan Lloyd in the orange 9 from London. Basil Lamont out of London in the 90. Petrolia's Paxton Bright in the 15. Maxon Desat out of Chatham in the 10X. Tyson Fusil from London in the 10 machine. 11 cars will take the green flag here for 20 laps as we welcome you back here to the second half.
And Chris, I'm down here with our honorary flag throwers. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Noah.
And what's your name?
Sully?
Okay, have you ever thrown a green flag on a race before?
No.
All right, well, get your hand on that flag because it's about, well, they're going to throw the white flag first. That's right, 1 lap to go. Get your hand on the flag there. And here we go. Back up to you, Chris.
All right, they're getting set double wide start here. Hyde in the 18, Watson in the 9 for 20 laps. Out of turn 4, and the green flag waves, and we're underway with the junior sprint. Tyson Fusil pushing that Hyde 18 into the corner. And will allow Edwin Hyde to grab the lead. Here comes Watson on the outside in that 2 machine. Fusil in 3rd, Maxwell Lloyd in the 4th spot, Alexis Eaton in the blue 6. And Hyde will lead the opening lap here in the junior sprint A main. Watson all over Edwin Hyde down the backstretch. Fusil under attack from Maxwell Lloyd. Eaton alone in 3rd. Landon Moore in the 6th position. And caution on the speedway. We have a car around. That's Killian Collins in the orange 75.
Yeah, that was
He'll right the ship, and we're back underway here as we're under caution.
That was our winner of the B main. If you're thinking back to earlier in the evening, Killian Collins was the winner of the B main, but spins it on the back straightaway. So brings out a caution early on here in the junior sprinters with 1 lap in the books.
It is the 6th annual Jared Docstator Memorial. Gives us an opportunity to visit with the longtime race fans, the Docstator family. We're going to send it down to John for a quick little chat.
Carolyn, I'm sneaking up on you. We chatted before the race. It's so good to have you out, the Docstator family, remembering Jared. It's sort of neat because Jared's old broadcast stand still has his face on it. If we look straight across Jared Docstator Tower there. What's it mean to come out on a day like today for Jared?
It means a lot because we're so proud of what he used to do here and at Delaware. And he was the best at it, as for us. We're biased, of course, and I'm glad to see some of my family were to make it out today. And it's a really nice afternoon for racing. Glad we're here.
And Jared's favorite driver, Jesse Kennedy, taking the win in heat race number 1. I think Jared's pretty happy about that.
I think so too.
Well, we'll see in the feature. Put a round of applause together for the Docstator family, folks, out here today in memory of Jared Docstator. Again, Chris and I called a lot of races with Jared. Chris, we're supposed to work into some type of a sentence here. You know, Jared always used to say, he wouldn't say they're racing side by side. He'd say side by each. So I think we're supposed to sneak that into the call here at some point during the day. Side by each, that's a classic Jared Doxtatorism, and definitely a good one, side by each.
Caution still on the speedway here for this junior sprint A main. And we got a car around.
Trouble here on the front stretch.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan Lloyd and the blue 6 of Alexis Eaton.
Yeah, the kids sometimes tangle under caution. We haven't seen a lot of that this year. It catches you off guard with the kids.
A lot of smoke, and we got the 10X. I think that might be Massad on the infield grass in turn 2. There was smoke coming out of the 9 of Lloyd. Doesn't look like there's any smoke now. We'll check Ethan's car this time by.
The kids are all over the place. It's madness. You let them off school for a month and it's madness on the racetrack. Get these kids back in school. The situation out of control in the junior sprinters.
Yeah, I think that is that 10X of Max and Bassat.
Yeah.
Problems on that Alexis Eaton, number 6. She's a contender in the feature.
Well, I'm gonna run down and see if I can look at the back of the 6X. See if I can get a look at what's going on.
Hearing it might be a case of lost power on that blue 6, John.
Yeah, I'm gonna run down and see if I can get a quick look.
Oh, we got the hat cam back out.
Yeah, we got the hat cam back, and hat cam's live. We'll see if JP's got it there.
Oh, we got you live, John.
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious. Oh, it's a drive chain. I can see the drive chain just, oh, maybe not. Yeah, her drive chain is dropped off on the back of that vehicle there. So that's the 6 of Alexis Eaton. They should be able to fix that, actually, on the 6 of Alexis Eaton if they can get her back to the pits in time. But it seems to be a night here where we're just dropping drive chains like crazy in the junior sprinters.
While you got the cam on, John, you should hop up on the flag stand with Will for this restart. That'd be a nice little view. You should get that cam sponsored.
Yeah. It'll be a new view. Hi, Will. You're live.
Caution on the Speedway, no laps complete yet in this 20-lap feature for the Junior Sprint A main. As mentioned, John will speak to our podium finishers once this race wraps up. And looks like it'll be the 2 of Blake Watson, the control vehicle, Edwin Hyde in the 18H, Tyson Fusil in the 10, Maxwell Lloyd in the 6X, and the 39 of Landon Moore, your top 5. Caution remains on the Speedway. John, you should maybe pivot and get a good look at the fans from turn 2 to turn 1. Or sorry, turn 1 to turn 4. Little panoramic view courtesy of the hat cam. Alexis Eaton back in the blue 6, back on track. Good to see. And the call comes out to double up on the backstretch. It'll put Hyde on the outside. The 2 of Watson. Fusil and Lloyd, row number 2. Moore and Ethan Lloyd, row number 3. Lamont and Collins, row number 4. So the field ready to go. No laps complete yet. 20-lap feature for the Junior Sprint A main. And Watson will bring him to the line. Out of turn 4. Green flag waves. And we're running with the Junior Sprints. 3 wide for second into turn number 1. Fusil will dive bump to the inside. We got contact in turn number 2. 3 cars involved. Lamont, Ethan Lloyd, looks like Landon Moore as well. And caution on the Speedway here. And we'll attend to those 3 vehicles in the grass in turn number 2.
So tough go here in the junior sprinters.
The restart looked good from the hat cam.
I think we made them nervous with the hat cam though. The pressure was on. Junior sprinters off to a rough start tonight, gotta say. They're all going for that checkered flag. Everybody wants the win. So we'll have the safety crew out there. I don't think the damage is going to be too severe on this. Race control's coming on and saying it's going to be single file restarts, which is something they can do if they're looking at the racing program and saying this program here is having a little bit of trouble. One of the strategies they'll use, especially in a kids program, is instead of doubling them up on the restart, they'll just go single file. That tends to make things go a little bit more smoothly for the kids. Grand Bend Speedway is proud to be part of the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, along with 50 other tracks across North America. Promotional consideration in the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series is also provided by Whalen Engineering and CarQuest. For more information on the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, you can visit the Weekly Series section of NASCAR.com. We also want to recognize McCann Ready Mix, a family-owned and operated company with ready mix plants located in Mount Carmel, Exeter, Mitchell, and Watford. They are the one-stop shop for customers, offering a wide variety of services ranging from concrete construction, excavation, aggregates, drag lining. McCann Ready Mix is able to handle all aspects of your project, including but not limited to design, budgeting, scheduling, material supply, and most importantly, quality construction. Visit McCannReadyMix.com on your next project. Also, a special thanks to our track media for their help throughout the season. April Wilson of Wilson's Photography for taking the photos. Checkerflagmedia.com for the official replay and live stream supplier at the track. And we also want to recognize Country Corners, which is located in Exeter. They are a family-run multi-line power sports dealership, selling and servicing motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, side-by-sides, e-bikes, tractors, and more. You can visit them at countrycorners.net. Marshman Engines, they've been a long-time supporter of the competition at Grand Bend Speedway. Keith Marshman has been a trusted and reliable source for small engine repair, maintenance, and diagnostics. A special thank you to Marshman Engines.
So that's 10X of Max and Desat out of position, so we're going to drop the 10X to the back here. Needed some assistance in the grass in turn number 4. Still working on the 39 of Landon Moore.
Our newest sponsor at Grand Bend Speedway is Marbolt Fasteners in Strathroy. In this need it now world, nothing is worse than not being able to take your soybeans off the field or finish a fabrication job, or even just something as simple as finishing the bed frame for your family staying the weekend just because you're missing a few bolts that you couldn't find in stock. Well, at Marbolt Fasteners in Strathroy, with over 10,000 and growing different items in stock, they are your solution if you're missing a fastener. Locally owned and operated, you can visit marbolt.com. They are the newest sponsor at Grand Bend Speedway. And of course, big sponsor here at the track because they run all week long. Grand Bend Speedway Family Go-Karts is open daily throughout the summer. When you visit the beach at Grand Bend, this is the one stop you've absolutely got to make right here at Grand Bend Speedway. The karts run here on our quarter-mile NASCAR tri-oval track. Call ahead or visit grandbendspeedway.ca for the daily operating hours. We operate pretty much I think we are on the everyday schedule now for the go-karts. The only times we're not running go-karts really is like right now when we're running our NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series programming. So you can check grandbendspeedway.ca for the operating hours each day, and it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, the staff doing a great job, John, of getting as much parity into the go-karts as possible, so it doesn't matter what kart you're in, you can contend, and you are running this quarter-mile tri-oval racetrack with the go-karts, and we've seen groups of anywhere from 20 to 25 at a time. It's been fantastic.
So they're just about ready to go here with the junior sprinters. I think we're going to see the white flag, and it'll be a single file restart for the youngest drivers here. So I think they've just about got the lineup set. There's a couple of young drivers out there who aren't heeding the radio instructions as to where to go, and that's going to be tough for them because when you get the instruction a few times, if you don't go to the position, track staff, eventually they have to move on. They say, well, if the driver's doesn't have the earpiece in or isn't heeding the instructions, then we just got to rock and roll. So they are probably about there with the junior sprinters. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day for racing.
So from what I'm understanding, just chiming in on race control, is they've given a car a couple of minute clock here now to return to the track. Drive chain issues, but the 2 minute clock has now been issued, and that's why we're still under caution and waiting to see if this vehicle can return to the race.
Yeah, especially in the junior sprints, they'll sometimes throw a clock on it if a driver pulls off. The goal certainly is, especially with the youngest drivers, to make sure that they're getting as many laps in as possible. And so if a driver goes to the pits, especially with something that's we call it obviously repairable. So a drive chain is an example of that. It's obviously repairable. They put a little clock on it. They say you have, and like if you sort of look around, they do put the 2 minute clock on that. Part of that too is it gives our staff who are dropping a vehicle off in the pits, it gives them time to get back to their positions as well. And so if you sort of look, 2 minutes, it's actually not a lot of time. You look in turn 3 right now. The safety crew has arrived back in position, so that's good. And then probably by the time I'm finished talking here, there'll probably be like 30 seconds left on that clock. So the timer, we certainly use it internally, and the purpose of that is just to make it fair for drivers for obviously repairable things. But a big part of that too is if we're dropping a vehicle off in the infield, we've also, it takes a few moments to get our staff back in position as well. So there's a few good reasons, but that clock I think is probably about to run down. And again, I'm just, I'm looking to that turn 3 side. By the way, for those who are new to Grand Bend Speedway Racing, which was a bunch of you, the turns are numbered. So when we number the turns, it just helps us to draw our attention. So right now, if you're looking at the 2 of Blake Watson, just to walk you through, if you're a longtime race fan, you know these numbers, but if you're brand new, this is brand new. So the left-hand side of the racetrack where the purple 2 is right now, that's turn 3. There's the apex, the middle. She's now in turn 4. Now she's on the what we call the front straightaway, start-finish line. Comes out of what we call the tri-oval into now what we would call turn 1. There's the middle, and then we say turn 2. So when we're counting, sometimes it's really good to know those turn numbers, because if we say something's happening in turn 3, you know, you can immediately know which direction of the racetrack that you'd be looking at, which would be the left-hand side of the racetrack.
And the clock has expired on, I believe, the 39 car, so white flag on the Speedway. As John mentioned earlier, we are going to restart in single file mode here with the Junior Sprint A main.
They are supposed to be tightening up here, and they the front 4 anyway have tightened up quite a bit. Have come to race, and we're down the front straightaway. The green flag drops, and we're off and running.
Watson will lead the field into turn number 1. It's Hyde, Fusil, and Maxwell Lloyd, all 4 bundled up down the backstretch. And the rest of the field trying to sort themselves out, but the front 4 nose to tail out of turn number 4 to complete officially 1 lap in this feature. And we have the 10X in the grass in turn number 2. That's Max and Desat back in the infield grass in turn 2.
It is a tough day for the 10X of Desat. And same spot again, interestingly, for the 10X, sadly. And that's the end of the night for the 10X. So that's 2 solo cautions. If you draw 2 cautions, and there's no other reason for it, no other vehicles involved, they do end your day. They say it's just not your day. And so the 10X will be heading off the racetrack here with the help of the safety crew there. And that's part of that's for the event flow, right? Keeping things moving out there. And if a driver is spinning a lot, one of the things that we want them to do is ultimately go back to the pits, make some adjustments, come back next week with the vehicle in one piece. If you're having regular spins to the infield, you run the risk of collecting other vehicles or running into something yourself. And so it's an act of mercy in a sense when the officials say it's the end of your night. It's not meant to be a punishment, but rather just simply a reality that says if you're spinning on your own quite a bit, it's time to make some changes for next week, and we'll catch you then. Lots of racing ahead tonight. The NASCAR 9-horsepower sprinters are up next. That's going to be a real treat. I was chatting with the 33 of Carter Nickel in the pits before I came up here. He got his vehicle put back together. We'll see how it's going to handle, because they really, when I say they put it back together, I mean they got it back together. I don't know if we can say it's fully put back together. But they were comfortable that they were going to be able to start the feature race. So good group of 9-horsepower sprints set to come out. Mini truck feature race number 2. That's going to be a heck of a one to watch. Not to mention certainly the NASCAR late model feature race 35 lapper is going to be a heck of a run too. And the Invitational Bone Stocks, sponsored by Docstator Property Maintenance, probably going to be like big featured event tonight. Huge group on hand here for the Cobra Tire Cup program.
White flag on a Speedway, black flag issued to the 10X. Maxon didn't know he had to leave the track. Has since left the track, so we're ready to go.
Race controls on there, coaching the drivers a little bit, telling them, you guys got to race clean. You guys know how to do this. These are the youngest drivers, and so race control does do a little bit of extra coaching with them as they come on down the front straightaway. Let's smash the gas here. We're racing with the 2 of Blake Watson, our leader.
Oh, Watson shut the door on Hyde. Edwin had a couple of wheels in there going into turn 1. Watson will grab the lead. Fusil third, Maxwell Lloyd in 4th. The front 4 getting away again.
So we're off and running here. 2 of Blake Watson, our leader. You battle for 3rd place, though, between the 10 of Tyson Fusil and the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. This front 4, you look at the balance and competition that these drivers have going on here. They're right there. 18H of Edwin Hyde running in 2nd. 4-way battle for the lead here.
Eaton alone in 5th. Then it's Collins, Lloyd, and Lamont battling for the 6th spot. Front 4 nose to tail, and that's the 3rd time in a row that Lloyd's been loose coming out of turn number 2, and Max was able to right the ship. That's 6X all over the place, and Watson into the infield, and another caution on the Speedway as the leader goes to the grass.
Just watching our instant replay here on the slow-mo. Little bit of light contact there with the 18H, sends the 2 of Blake Watson down into the infield. That's a tough go. These drivers are racing, again, just inches apart, and there's no margin for error as they go into that turn there. Yeah, just a little light touch right just as they're coming off. It's interesting, you kind of look at it and you go, it's a tough go, because the 18H doesn't mean anything by it. He's not trying to turn the leader. But when you make contact like that,
so Hyde will get sent to the back. Watson in the 2 will go to the back as well for involved car incident.
Yeah, and that's tough too. So as the, what they do is they score involved vehicles. And so in this case, well, the 18H is involved because his bumper was involved. And then the 2 is also involved because the vehicle itself drew the caution. So both those drivers go to the back. They're going to have a little bit of a drive here to try to get back up to the front. When we cycle back around, that means the 10 of Tyson Fusil is your new leader, the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd, your 2nd place runner. And look who's made it up to 3rd. From the drop drive chain early in the event, the six of Alexis Eaton is now up to 3rd. You remember her vehicle left the track on the flatbed tow earlier, but now she's up running in 3rd place. So that's pretty neat to see.
Yeah, another disadvantage for the 2 and the 18H is with these single file restarts. They actually is starting farther back from the leaders than they would normally if we were to double up. So watch for that 2 and that 18H at the back as they do some bumper tag on the back stretch. Watch them to try and come through some cars as soon as possible. Back to a restart. Green flag. Fusil will lead them at the stripe. Maxwell Lloyd high in turn 2. Watson and Hyde already making maneuvers into turn 1. Lloyd will look to the outside of Fusil for the lead. Alexis Eaton in that blue 6. Here comes Watson and Edwin Hyde quickly, passing 3 cars on the first restart lap, side by side for the lead.
10 of Fusil down low, 6X of Maxwell Lloyd up high. In through turn 3, Maxwell Lloyd in the black machine trying to complete that pass. The 10 of Tyson Fusil trying to stay there, but Maxwell Lloyd gets back to the inside, takes that lead. They go up high around the lap traffic. Fusil way up high. That gets the 6 of Alexis Eaton through there. Look, there's the 2 of Blake Watson. Now she's up to second place. Oh, self-spin for the leader.
Lloyd's around in the inside grass, and I don't know, I've lost count. 6th caution of the junior sprint A main, and that was Maxwell all by himself. Lost the back end in turn number 4 and went into the inside grass. But what a run for the 2 of Watson. Look right behind Blake. The 18H of Edwin Hyde has come through the field as well.
Yeah, and just watching on the replay, total solo spin for the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. That's tough for that driver there. He was running up front. And, you know, the other spins down to the inside, which was fortunate, you know. If he came up high, there was a pile of cars coming through there. He'll probably just be able to continue. We also see the 39 of Landon Moore, the black 39 of Landon Moore, returning to the race at this point. They've got the drive chain back on. He'll rejoin a number of laps down, but is back on the track, which is important for him, certainly in the sense that a couple drivers have retired from this race, and so after he makes a few more laps, he'll be able to pass those drivers because they're off on the pits. They stopped making laps a little while ago.
Didn't take long for the 2 and the 18H to get back to the front. Good restart by both, and a caution. They were obviously not involved. They're going to bring the 10 of Fusil back up. It'll be order from the last completed green flag lap, which brings Tyson to the front of the field, followed by Watson, Hyde, Eaton, Collins, Lloyd, and Lamont. And then Paxton Bright, Landon Moore. Oh, Landon Moore's back on the track. I didn't see Landon return.
They came back out during this caution, so he's a number of laps down. But because those drivers, a couple drivers have retired from this race, as soon as he makes a few laps here, like say 4 or 5 laps, he'll actually start passing drivers that are no longer on the track. But the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd, they're actually towing him off. I think he might have a flat tire. He actually might have had a flat tire on that thing there, which would actually explain quite a bit of what we saw there when he came off of turn 4. Want to extend a special thanks to our supporters, My FM 105.7 Strathroy and 90.5 in Exeter. Each day, the teams at My FM leverage the power of local radio and their local websites to help make a difference in our communities. You can find them online at exetertoday.ca and strathroytoday.ca for local community news, events, and contests. You'll, of course, find them on the radio dial, 105.7 My FM in Strathroy and 90.5 FM in Exeter.
Yeah, pretty good station. You should listen in.
I don't know anyone who works there. If you tune in, you'll hear familiar voices, and I am not that familiar voice.
And race fans, if you're wondering why the 39 of Landon Moore back in the race, that clock that we documented earlier was the clock to see if Landon could return by the time race officials wanted to restart the race. The clock ran out does not mean Landon cannot return. Landon is a bunch of laps down, though, but back in the race.
You know, and if you look towards turn 2 right now, what they're waiting on here, they're certainly dropping off the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd, the vehicle at the pit. The clock has started, but if you look in turn 2, the clock, I almost ignore the clock sometimes, because really what it is making sure that all of our safety vehicles are back in position, that we're not rushing back. You know, we want to keep the show moving, we want to keep things going there, but it takes a few minutes to get the safety vehicles back where they're supposed to be. It's tough to restart a race if you don't have the safety crew in position. And so as much as the clock has started, you look in turn 2 right now, well, the safety crew's not out there. And so it's pretty dicey to start a race without your safety crew in position. But the junior sprinters, they're having a heap of trouble today. I think the most trouble we've seen from them certainly this year, Chris. And, you know, part of that is, you know, we're hitting certainly at the mid-season point here. It's almost August now. The kids don't like when I say that, but, you know, it's just a little... I haven't heard any back-to-school ads yet, but it's going to be getting there soon. And the kids, everyone's eager to get a checker flag, right? So the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd back in the pits, getting repaired there, whether it was a tire or a chain drop, we do not know. The 10 of Tyson Fusil has inherited the lead. It looks like this. So you got the 10 of Tyson Fusil up front. Then it's the 6 of Alexis Eaton, 2 of Blake Watson. And then the 18H of Edwin Hyde. And I can see in turn 2, safety crew is back in position. And I don't know that our 6X at Maxwell Lloyd's going to make it here, because they're just coming on the radio. They said time's up. We'll see.
Tail end of the clock right now for the 6X. Looks like you're going to run out of time. From what I understand, they're putting a tire back on, but the clock might run out on them here for a restart. White flag going to be displayed next time by here in the 6X is en route.
See if he makes it. When we restart, it'll be 15 laps to go. The 6X of Maxwell Lloyd returns to the racetrack after the white flag has dropped.
Maxwell is going to be slotted in behind the 39 from what I'm hearing, and we're set for a restart.
Okay, here we go. A little bit of bumper tag here on the back straightaway. The brakes are not great in these things. As we head now down towards the front straightaway, the 10 of Tyson Fusil takes us to the green flag. The drivers are racing once again with 15 laps to go in the Pinedale Motor Inn Junior Sprinters.
Fusil, Eaton, Watson, Hyde, your front four. We have Maxwell Lloyd making moves, going 3 wide on the back stretch. He's the high car. Maxwell Lloyd into turn number 3. Will grab a couple spots. Look out, and stays on the outside and grabs 4 spots on the restart as the front 4 trying to get away.
Well, he kept his foot in it. He's up to 5th now. The front 4 here. This is your battle. The 2 of Blake Watson, the 18H of Edwin Hyde finding each other for 3rd and 4th place. Hyde, for his part in the black 18H, gets to the inside of the blue number 6 of Alexis Eaton. They all go high around the lap traffic. There goes the 18H of Edwin Hyde. That's for the lead there. The 6 of Alexis Eaton's looking to the high side now of the 10 of Tyson Fusil. The 2 of Blake Watson looking to the inside of the 6 of Alexis Eaton. Everybody swapping positions here, trying to find their way to the front. The 18H of Edwin Hyde. He's got that spot, though.
Oh, and there's some debris coming off the 6X. The roof flap or something, John's hanging off the right side of the Lloyd machine. You'll see it this time by. This might garner the attention of the race officials here.
Yeah, they're looking at the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. It's a cosmetic piece, but a sizable one there on the 6X of Maxwell Lloyd. Just a dangling in the breeze there. There's the crossed flags. It seems to be stuck to the vehicle, and they mount them on there pretty good. He might be all right here. He's going up for 3rd place here. Or sorry, 4th place. He's getting up at the high side of the 6 of Alexis Eaton.
They'll go to the high side of Landon Moore. It's
Caution's
Hyde,
out of trouble, turn 2.
Watson, then Eaton. Caution on the Speedway. 2 cars involved off turn 2, Collins and Lamont. And a caution again in this Junior Sprint A main feature.
And so just watching there on that 6X of Maxwell Lloyd, the piece seems to be firmly mounted, so I think he's probably going to be able to continue the event.
Yeah, so they're having conversation right now, John, race control, that they're getting the spotters from, I think, the turn 3 area, saying that can come off at any time. They might send them to the pits to get that thing off.
Yeah, I think the crew might actually try to pull him out. I don't know. I think
he's going to stop him in turn 3, the 6X in turn 3 up high.
I think they're going to let him rip it off in the kids program.
So the crew's waiting. They're going to rip that off the 6X, I believe.
And here comes the pit. It's not really a pit stop. It's just kind of a. Oh, that was easy. That thing did not fight. that piece of metal did not put up a fight.
Now, is that going to affect the car at these speeds, John, for this particular program?
No. So the roof, different from when the Ontario Pro Sprints are here, or when the Tri-State Sprints come later this summer. Both those, and same thing, Can-Am Midget Racing, they have functional roof wings that actually provide downforce that are critical. On the junior sprinters, they're made to sort of look like those sprint cars, but the roof flaps there don't particularly have a discernible aerodynamic purpose or advantage. You know, even the 10 of Tyson Fusil who's got the Tammy 10 thing there, like that, it's all for looks. Like it's not doing, there's no aerodynamic advantage to having a giant wing on these. They're just little piece of tin. The speeds are relatively controlled. And so the 6 of Maxwell Lloyd, to me, the cars actually look pretty cool without the roof flaps. That's one of my hot takes about junior sprint racing. But as an announcer, and for the scoring team up here, the roof wing actually serves a purpose for us, which is it gives us another spot where the number is placed prominently, so it helps us actually keep track of who's who out there.
The interesting discussion going on right now, John, as far as the next caution potentially being the end of this race.
It is. They just came across. I just heard it. So the next caution will end this race. The junior sprinters have had over half an hour of time on this racetrack, and it's a hot afternoon. It's turned into a beautifully hot afternoon out there. Great time to get some ice cream from the outside Groove Diner over there. But junior sprinters, we don't have all day. We've got a lot of racing here, a lot of fun to be had. And you guys are having your fun out there, but you got to keep it clean and green out there.
Yeah, the drivers have been communicated by race control. One more caution, and this race will be over. So they do know that they got to go here, but they also have to prevent against another caution.
Yeah, in some ways, it actually makes it almost harder for the young drivers, because when they hear, you know, next caution ends it, it's like, oh, I guess I really got to go now. And especially with young drivers, they've only really got one gear, and that's go. And so, will the thing make it to the end of the full distance on laps? Maybe. Could it be cut short? Maybe. I've seen it go both ways with the kids. Sometimes they do rise to the occasion and get the full distance in. They've got 11 laps left on the board. I've got my fingers crossed for them. I always like to see a race finish under green. Fans like that too. Drivers love that even more. But the next caution will end this race.
Race officials in the 90 pit right now getting a status report to see if Lamont can return. And I believe the word is no, because out comes the white flag from the flag stand. So here we go. White flag going to be displayed this time by and safe to say, when we go green, the next flag will end the race.
And so we'll see how this one shakes out. The 18H of Edwin Hyde is up front. The 10 of Tyson Fusil on his tail. The 2 of Blake Watson got that feature race win earlier this year. She'd love to get back there again. Green flag drops. They mash the gas. We're racing junior sprinters.
Except, of course, if it's the white flag, which I hope we get there, as Hyde will lead him out of turn 2 down the back. Fusil in the 10, Watson, Lloyd, and Eaton, the front 5. And they'll come around and complete another lap.
We're rocking and rolling. 10 to go here. Junior sprinters. Hyde, Fusil, Blake, Watson. That's your third place runner in the purple 2. Edwin Hyde looking strong out front. Goes to the high side of the lap car. Brings the front 4 with him. 6X of Maxwell Lloyd, of course, still on the track with one less roof flap. Your front trio looking racy, though.
Yeah, good run by Watson, John, out of turn 2, but Blake had to touch the brake just a bit. She would have got back into the back of the 10. And Hyde will lead him into turn 1 another time. Fusil tries to cross over. Here comes Lloyd in that 6X with a nice little run on the outside, trying to get to the outside of the 2.
It's anyone's race out front in this one right now. The 18H of Edwin Hyde's got control of it, but the 10 of Tyson Fusil, he's been looking really fast. Oh, falls back a bit, though. May have overplayed his hand, as now they're looking, going to go 4 wide just for a flash into turn 3 there, around the lap traffic.
Lloyd is there on the outside of the 2 of Watson. Blake's got nowhere to go right now. She's tied up behind the 10 of Fusil, who got loose last time in turn number 2. And Lloyd again loose in turn 2 and rights the ship, but loses a lot of traction.
It'll be 5 laps to go here, this time by at the stripe for the 18H of Edwin Hyde. Your front trio has stuck together through all of that. 10 of Tyson Fusil in second, third place to 2 of Blake Watson. She's looking pretty fast here.
Lloyd has fallen back into the clutches of Alexis Seaton. Maxwell sawing on that wheel in turns 2 and 4 almost every lap around.
Well, when they put the spare tire on it, the stagger is not going to be set necessarily perfectly on that car right now, so the handling is not going to be there. He's definitely got a wheel full with it. He's just going to have to ride this thing to the finish. As we look to our leaders again, the 10 of Tyson Fusil tried to put a move on the 18H of Edwin Hyde, but fell back into the clutches of the 2 of Blake Watson. She's right there, just ready to pounce. With 2 laps to go, I think we are going to make it to the finish here.
Yeah, the leader's coming up on the orange 9 of Ethan Lloyd. That's not an easy pass on Ethan, so they have to be careful here. They might catch the 15 as well. It'll be interesting out of turn number 4. They'll go to the high side. 1 lap to go for the 18H of Edwin Hyde. Fusil dives to the bottom. Watson might be out of it, lost some track position. Down the back another time. Hyde will lead him into turn number 3. Out of 4, checkered flag awaits the 18H. Edwin Hyde will win it, followed by Fusil and Watson, your top 3. It'll be Maxwell Lloyd and Alexis Seaton, your top 5. And coming up, we'll hear from him. John Helton going to talk to our top 3 coming up.
Here he comes over the race car fans. As he's hopping out. He's stuck in the helmet. Here it is, checker flag, and here, race fans, put your hands together for the H of Edwin Hyde. Edwin, congratulations, a successful run for you tonight.
Yeah, I was really happy about that. I'm sorry for the 2. I didn't mean to do that. And
Who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank BSM tonight.
All right, that's the 18H of Edwin Hyde. He'll get a quick photo here. We'll swing on in here. We'll catch up with the 10 of Tyson Fusil and the Tammy 10. Tyson, good to see you here. A runner-up finish tonight, but you were really chasing the 18H there at the end.
Yeah, we were just battling out almost the whole night. We had a lot of cautions, yes, but like other than that, I feel like we had a good race other than obviously all the cautions. But I want to thank Edwin for a great race and everyone else who made it to the end. And I want to thank everybody for coming out and watching us tonight. And I want to thank my papa and my nan for coming out, and my aunt. And I want to thank Pinedale and Ace Auto Parts.
Race fans, that's the 10 of Tyson Fusil. Blake Watson back up onto the podium once again tonight, chasing hard for the lead.
Yeah, the first few laps were hot and sweaty, sitting in the car while they just caution laps without the track. Cars spinning out and the track people trying to get everybody back onto the track. But I ended up in a good finish, start in a good place tonight.
Who do you want to thank this evening?
I'm gonna thank my dad, my mom, my grandma, my grandpa, Any Electric, Dave Simmons Automotive.
That's the 2 of Blake Watson. She'll be heading back pits as Edwin Hyde is already back in the vehicle there after getting the winning photos. And we're going to set now for 9 horsepower sprinter action as the junior sprinters sponsored by Pinedale Motor Inn are heading to the pits here on Jared Docstator Memorial Night. Chris?
All right, thank you, John. Up next, our 9 horsepower sprint class, brought to you by McLean's Home Hardware in Grenben and Exeter on the 6th annual Jared Docstator Memorial Afternoon, brought to you by Docstator Property Maintenance. And we're set to go with 6 cars in action, looks like, for 25 laps for the NASCAR 9 horsepower sprint class. On track, the 17, that's Kerwood's Adam Cole. The 12 is Gareth McLean out of Lucan, Ontario. The 13, Ray Janice Jr. from Windsor. Good to see the 33 out there. That's Carter Nickel from Elsa Craig. The 90 is Keegan Lamont from London. And the 45, Anthony Pauli from London as well. 25 laps of scheduled distance. 9 horsepower NASCAR sprint class on track right now.
And yeah, the McLean's Home Hardware 9 horsepower sprints, essentially the scaled up version of the junior sprints that you just saw. The junior sprints and these 9 horsepower sprints along with the mini trucks are sort of the classic divisions of Grand Bend Speedway in many ways. So always a treat to see these 9 horsepower sprinters out here.
And John, I will admit, there's that top 3 interview with the hat cam looked pretty cool on Checker Flag Media. "25 laps on the table here for the 9 horsepower sprint class. It'll be Adam Cole will lead the field to green here. Out of turn 4, the look to the flag stand, and green flag, we're racing. It's McLean in the 12 on the outside. And it'll go side by side into turn 1. Cole will grab the lead. McLean in the 12. Janice Jr. in the 13. Lamont up to 4th. McLean got checked up by the 17 of Cole, and Adam Cole will lead lap number 1. McLean will dive to the inside, the 13, looking for the second spot, and wants the lead as well. And McLean will grab 2 spots from the start-finish line to the turn 1. Lamont with a great run out of turn number 2 to the inside of Cole for 3rd. And McLean, your new leader in that green number 12, Janice Jr. and Lamont, your top 3. Then it's Cole and Nickel and Pye. That 90, Keegan Lamont out of London, looking very racy. Challenging that 13 of Janice Jr. for position.
So the running order looks like this. The 12 of Gareth McLean leading the way here in turn 3. The 13, Ray Janice Jr. running in second. That's a battle there for the second place and third place spot, with the 90 of Keegan Lamont trying to make a go of it. Looks to the inside of the 10 or 13 of Ray Janice Jr. Gets the spot. Janice Jr. washes up there in turn 2, slows him up pretty good. Now he's going to be falling into the clutches of the 17 of Adam Cole and the 33 of Carter Nickel. Nickel not running quite as strong in that 33 as we normally see him running.
Yeah, I don't think Ray thought Keegan was going to wash up a hair, half a lane in turn number 2. John, Janice Jr. got really squibbly and lost a ton of track position. It's McLean out front by a full straightaway. Lamont in second. Janice Jr. Now here's a battle for the 4th spot. And Nickel will grab that from Adam Cole in that 33.
Yeah, so that brings him up to the 4th place spot for that 33. And yeah, the 9 horsepower sprinters just making tracks around the Speedway today. You know, their junior counterparts definitely struggled through their feature race, but the adults showing how it's done here. With it's a 25 lap feature race. They're going to be coming up here on the halfway marker shortly.
Field pretty spread out. No real issues right now for the 12 of McLean. Doesn't need to deal with any traffic for another half a lap. So can really pound out some laps here as we go halfway this time by.
You'll be seeing the mini trucks up next for their feature race event. And yeah, pretty cut and dry here this week in the 9 horsepower sprinters. We see these drivers, it goes a variety of ways. But very rarely do they get spread out like this. It's different than normal, especially, I think part of that is the 33 of Carter Nichols not running as fast as he normally would.
McLean working the back half of the lead lap now around Paulai, and Cole's up next in the 17. And as you said, John, the field is very, very spread out here and just punching away laps here in this feature.
So Gareth McLean just knocking these laps off like it's his job. A clear domination of this field today, which is not something we usually see in the 9 horsepower sprinters at all. It's typically, I'm laughing, we were just chatting with the scorers up here, and we've never seen them like this before. They don't usually, the speed disparity between the cars today is larger than normal. In no small part because the 88 of Andrew Rose-Cole is running in mini trucks today.
Under 5 to go, the 5 lap to go sign last time by for Gareth McLean in that green 12, completing another lap. Lamont remains in the 2nd spot, and all of a sudden Carter Nickel is reeled into 13 of Janice Jr. That's the only battle on the track right now, and that's a battle for the 3rd spot in the 33. A little hitch in the giddy up now for Carter Nickel. Carter right in the trolley tracks in the 13, following Ray all the way on the track. 2 laps to go this time by as the leader just took it.
So we are watching this battle for 4th off of turn 4 at the start-finish line. The 13 of Janice Jr. and the 33 of Carter Nickel have found each other. Also, as the white flag flies, another battle.
Yeah, well, Keegan Lamont's been tied up behind Cole for 2.5 laps. Not quite sure if Keegan's just riding around thinking 2nd place is wrapped up, because here comes that battle for 3rd, and Nickel will drop to the inside. Checkered flag on the Speedway from McLean. Battle is on the backstretch for 3rd. Lamont will come around to take the 2nd spot. Drag race to the line for 3rd. It'll be Janice Jr. edging out Carter Nickel for that 3rd spot. And that'll wrap up the 9 horsepower sprint, my apologies. And we'll hear from our winner, the 12 of Gareth McLean, momentarily with John Helton. So we'll send it down trackside to John to hear from our 9 horsepower sprint winner, the 12 of Gareth McLean.
Okay. Well, he's getting ready to hop out of the car here. There he comes out of the car, race fans. It's the 12 of Gareth McLean. Put a checkered flag into his hand here. Gareth, absolutely dominant tonight. What is the secret?
Consistency.
Chris has a challenge. He says, can you get more than a one-word answer?
Well, here's the question. When he goes through sponsors, I want to hear some sponsors from Mr. McLean.
That's okay. Who are your sponsors today?
Turn 4 Media, RCM, Racing Equipment, Vandex.
And tell us where, I see you got the GoPro going up there. We featured that on Grand Bend Speedway's Facebook page this past week. Where can people go to see the GoPro footage from the top of this car?
Turn 4 Media on YouTube.
All right, race fans, put your hands together for the 12 of Gareth McLean. We'll snap a photo.
That a boy, Gareth. And John, I don't know if you can hear me down there, but that was a nice hack cam of how you actually get those 9 horsepower sprints back up and running. It's a simple pull start, and you had it captured greatly on your camera there.
Well, yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Sometimes people hear, 9 horsepower sprint, and they say, my lawnmower has more power than that. But again, your lawnmower is not geared up the way that a 9 horsepower sprinter is. And so they do have the pull start on them to get things going, and they start easy. They start easier than my lawnmower does, that's for sure.
Time now for the Robson Scrap Metals, a mini truck feature. 20 laps to scheduled distance. We have Petrolia's Edwin Hyde in the 18H. The 88, that's Andrew Rose Cole out of Forest. Ilderton's Quinn Gertz in the 18, the green 18. Colin Klumper from Mitchell in the 11. Carson Sim in the 43 from Ilderton. Watford's Nick Thuss in the 53. Dylan Graham out of Glencoe in the 4. Caleb Gertz from Ilderton in the 19. The Busink boys from Strathroy. Judah in the 22, Malachi in the 2, and Keisha Zimick in the 15 out of Melbourne. And Keisha will be the pole truck for feature race number 2 for the mini truck class.
And here at the Jared Docstator Memorial event, the mini truck race sponsored by Robson Scrap Metals, definitely going to be hotly contested tonight. Lots of drivers making the special trip to Grand Bend Speedway today to honor Jared Docstator, and the mini truck drivers, a lot of them were racing here when Jared was announcing, and so they're very, very, very excited, certainly, to try to take home a checkered flag on Jared's night.
It's been one of the most competitive classes, as you mentioned, John, in the last quite a few years. Always enjoyable to watch these trucks go around, and sometimes they are pack racing, if you can believe that, on a quarter-mile tri-oval. Zimick will bring him to the line. Caleb Gertz outside row number 1. It's Quinn Gertz and Edwin Hyde row number 2. Here they come for 20 laps. Green flag on the speedway. They'll go 2 by 2, 3 rows back. Zimick will lead him through turns 1 and 2. And Quinn Gertz immediately trying to pounce. 3 wide on the inside. Caleb Gertz trying to get to the inside. Can Caleb close the door here on Cousin Quinn? And Caleb will grab the lead. Edwin Hyde to the outside for turn 1 for the 3rd spot. Klumper with a good start. Contact between Klumper and the 15 of Zimick. And the field gets clogged up from 4th on back. on him. He always does one more hit. Here's Quinn to the inside of Caleb for the lead out of turn number 4. And Quinn will lead that lap. Edwin Hyde trying to catch that battle. Quinn Gertz, the class of the field in feature race number 1, was able to pull away. We'll see if the 18 can do it again. It's Hyde in 3rd, then it's Klumper having a good run in the 4th spot, followed by Thuss, Graham, Zimick, Sim, and the Malachi trucks, and Rose Cole in the 88. Graham to the inside of Thuss. That's for 5th. Almost contact there on the apron of turns 3 and 4. And they'll hit again into turn number 1, and Graham will grab the spot. And the 18 is just hooked up this afternoon as Quinn pulls away from the rest of the field. And we got Rose Cole around in turn number 2 on the inside grass, and we'll get cautioned on the Speedway for the 88.
Yeah, the 88 of Andrew Rosecole goes for a spin down into the infield out of turn 2, brings out our first caution flag in the mini truck race with 14 laps to go.
Yeah, that 18 truck of Quinn Gertz is hooked up this afternoon, pulling away from strong trucks, including the 19 of Caleb. The field will get another shot here on a restart.
It's a fast race for the mini trucks, a 20-lap feature race. That's what we had, twin 20-lap features for these drivers tonight. So it's even 5 laps shorter than the typical 25-lap feature race that we see for the 9-horsepower sprinters. And so they do that little 5-lap difference makes a big difference in terms of how they drive it. They are definitely going for the win here. Because again, the early laps, you know, you don't really have time to just sit around and wait for your tires to heat up. Gotta go, gotta go.
A quick turnover here. They're going white flag already and doubling up the truck, so they're ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, rock and roll. As you look on the day, it's like there's lots of racing they had, and you know, you don't just like sitting around under caution.
Opportunity here for Caleb Gertz starting on the outside, but another opportunity for Edwin Hyde in the 18. If he can stay to that rear decklet of Quinn Gertz, now we're going to stay caution. If he can stay to that rear decklet of the green 18 and can maybe trap the 19 outside here. It'll be Colin Klumper outside row 2, the 11 truck having a good run. Plus and Graham in row number 3. Zimick in the Sim, row number 4. Judah and Malachi Busink in row number 5, and then Andrew Rose Cole.
NASCAR Huron Taxi Service late models are up next. Here at the Jared Docstator Memorial event. We're so pleased to have all you folks joining us today. We hope you are enjoying the competition at Grand Bend Speedway this afternoon. For a full schedule of summer events, make sure you visit grandbendspeedway.ca. They've got the information there about the go-karting that we run during the week, but also upcoming NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series racing events.
So we're going to go white this time. We're going to get the safety crew back into position. The trailer is going to stay there just in case. It's the Gertz boys out front. They'll lead him to green with Quinn on the inside and Caleb on the outside. And it's Hyde and Klumper. Dawson, Graham, Zimick, Sim. Here we go. They'll mash the gas out of turn 4. Green flag. Hyde trying to get to the inside of the 19, and Hyde is there now at the door looking for the second spot. Quinn Gertz out front. Edwin Hyde to the second spot. Caleb goes up high. Here's Colin Klumper now to the inside. And the 11 of Colin Klepper's come to race this afternoon. Contact in turn number 1. The 88's around. Contact on the left rear of the 43 of Sim. And I think the 2 of Busick was involved as well. And caution on the Speedway.
Doesn't look like there's any damage off that there, but it was dramatic. You saw smoke coming from the tires there as they were sliding there in turns 1 and 2 from that contact. And so we'll see what's going on in the 43 of Carson Sim, if he's able to just get up and rolling here again, or if he's going to need a little bit of a push.
Yeah, not sure, John, if that was smoke from the Sim truck and that tire just trying to stop, or there was some damage. I don't know.
I just think, to me, it just looked like tire smoke, because they lock up the tires there as they were going, as they were sliding up the track, and I caught it out of the corner of my eye. It looked very dramatic. It looked like the banks of Daytona up there. Now they're wondering if that smoke just here in the race officials. You might be onto something, Chris, because race officials are talking and saying that the smoke maybe was a little more than just tire smoke. They think there might have actually been something go wrong on the engine on that piece. And that would explain why he's not pulling away from it.
I think he's getting out.
Yeah, I think that's it for the 43. Race fans, put your hands together for the 43 of Carson Sim. Takes a lot of hard work to put these. Oh, he's getting back in.
Maybe just doing that old Sterling Marlin at Daytona. Get out of the truck, check the truck, try and get back in.
Okay. Well, we'll give him a push.
So another chance here for the field versus Quinn Gertz. That's what it's looked like this afternoon. That green truck is hooked up.
John Houghton down here in the pits for Grand Bend Speedway, and we're here with no other than Jesse Kennedy here for the Jared Docstator Memorial event. Jesse, so good to see you at Grand Bend Speedway today.
Yeah, thanks very much. Obviously, the main reason I'm here is to honor my good friend Jared. Sure do miss him every day.
Yeah, we miss him too. You know, Jared and I, we called a lot of races together, and he was especially fond of you as a driver. I remember you winning that great Canadian race a number of years ago, how excited he was. He said, I'm going to Victory Lane. I'm going to interview Jesse. Do you remember that one?
Absolutely. You know, we traveled to Bristol together. We went to other tracks together. Like you said, he was a friend as well. Man, I remember him at the fence of the racetrack when he was 2 years old. He loved racing, and he got his dream job. So I'm just here again to honor him.
And so here at Grand Bend Speedway, we're excited to see certainly this pro late model out here at the track. How's the track been treating you out there today?
Oh, well, my first practice session was a little hairy there at one lap. Got a little loose on entry and damn near took her into the fence, but we saved it, and we're dialing her a little.
Jesse Kennedy, good luck today in the feature.
All right, thank you.
Jesse Kennedy here at Grand Bend Speedway today. My name's John Houghton, and we'll check back in a little bit. This is Jesse Kennedy's number 10 Pro Late Model, sponsored by Wampum Fuels, and we'll look forward to seeing him in action come feature race time. Push the big cars, and we said, you know, usually 2 or 3 people. He said, no, I think it takes more. I think I just saw 6 people pushing that mini truck up the hill. So maybe Max was onto something about how many people it takes to push a vehicle around this track.
So I think they're hooking the trailer back up. I would assume for the 43, although the 43 is now getting pushed.
Well, he's up over the wall here, which is a plus. It's on the right track. I think it's messed up though, because they're really, I think it's as if the brakes are locked on it. I was kind of poking fun about how they were having to all push it, but looking at the zoom cam here, like that thing does not want to move. Something seized on that truck. But he's off the track, so this might bode well for getting back to racing here in a moment. I'm going to sneak up on my kids, though. Thomas and Max are here. Elizabeth's watching from home. Hi, Thomas. Are you having fun at the race today?
What? Oh, why not?
Yeah, how's the pizza? Enjoying the pizza? Oh, see, that's a good recommendation.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we do.
He's really enjoying the pizza. Snuck up on him with a mouthful of pizza. Max, how's the race going for you?
Good.
How good?
Very good.
All right, that's great, Max. Thomas?
John?
Yes?
Why did you scream on the mic?
That wasn't me. That was my son. I don't talk like that. I've never talked like that. Mini truck's getting set to go back at it here. And then looking again, who else is at their first ever Grand Bend Speedway event today? Who else is, just by a show of hands, who's at their first ever Grand Bend Speedway
John,
event today?
down by our set of speakers towards turn number 1, there's a young man in a yellow hat that raised his hand
Young
earlier
man,
today.
yellow, where is he?
See him sitting on the blanket there? Past.
Well, he already got his free ice cream, though.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to get a second one.
Well, I'll take his then.
No, you.
No, I don't want that. That's not for me.
It's got to go to a fan. Way over there. I see somebody in a black shirt.
Oh, over by the
And
sandbox.
they're pointing. What's that?
Yeah, look at the hands waving over by the sandbox,
they're very
John.
excited. They're very excited. No, Thomas, you can't win the ice cream.
The sandbox comes with its own horticultural design as well, race fans.
Okay, where are we? Who was it? But there's like 8 of you, but there's only 1 coupon. Well, so let's chat about it. Who's going to get it here? Why do you deserve the ice cream?
Because I rock.
Okay, why do you deserve the ice cream?
Because she rocks.
Oh, well, no, you're thinking she should have. Why do you deserve the ice cream?
I'm from Nova Scotia.
Well, that's pretty good. She's from Nova Scotia. Did you come here all the way from Nova Scotia?
Yes.
Are you on holidays?
Visiting my family.
All right, what brought you? How'd you find out about Grand Bend Speedway?
My Hell Cheese races.
Oh, right on. Okay.
On Facebook, that's where we get all the accredited information.
So you think it's going to go to one of your... There's one more person back here. Okay, what's your name? Where are you from?
We're coming to green here, John.
Green. We'll
Out of
figure
turn
this out
4.
after. I'll be
Gertz will
back.
lead him to the line, and we're racing again with the mini trucks. Gertz gets a good jump. High to second. Caleb Gertz got a little loose. Here comes Suss on the inside to 53. Looking for the third spot. But Quinn Gertz gone to the races again.
Quinn Gertz, your leader in the 18. 18H is Edwin Hyde, the 53 of Nick Thuss. Keeping an eye also on the black number 4 of Dylan Graham from Glencoe.
Yeah, that 18 machine, it just goes. When it's green flag, it's gone. Quinn Gertz has a rocket tonight.
Well, we saw that definitely in feature race number 1, the green 18, Quinn Gertz. I called him the wrong name in victory lane, but he was so polite he didn't tell me about it. I was calling him Caleb. That's his cousin who drives the silver 19. Cousin Caleb is deep in the field, kind of struggling this week, actually. Nick Thusto in the black 53 takes a look to the inside of the 18H of Edwin Hyde. This is for second and turn 1.
Yeah, Caleb Gertz was trapped on the outside for about 5 laps and cost them 6 spots. Dylan Graham looking 3 wide in turn number 3. We'll say no to that. Here comes Colin Klepper. Graham will touch with Edwin Hyde and thrust up to second spot.
You can see why the mini trucks are such a fan. Oh, Keisha Zimmick goes around in the 15. Caution flag flies here in the Robson scrap metal mini trucks. Whoa, hold on to it, 88. That's Andrew Rosecole there getting on the brakes out of turn 2. Keisha Zimmick with the side-by-side contact there sent her for a spin. She didn't hit anything. So she should just be able to drive on out of that there, but that's pretty rough.
All right, John, did we have a final coupon to give away before we went to restart?
Well, we were still working on that.
Okay.
Whoa, 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 everybody come. They're all screaming at me. Okay, what's going on?
I'd like to give it to my sister. It's her birthday.
Who's your, oh, we're walking this way.
We got
now.
a birthday in the house?
All right, sorry guys, you lose. All right, we're going over here now. We're heading this way. We're heading down here because she won the ice cream and now we're Somebody. It's your birthday. Oh, what's your name? Where are you from?
Jessica, and I'm from Brigden.
Okay, well, Jessica from Brigden, they were going to win the ice cream, but you have won the single scoop ice cream cone. Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All right, that's for the Ice Cream Emporium down in the Outside Groove Diner. It's a little cool out here today than normal. We've been, like, last time we did a Cobra Tire Cup race, it was just so hot you couldn't even, you couldn't.
How
it was
hot
pretty rough.
was it, John?
How hot was? I was away. I was watching it at home on the stream. It was one of my days away.
Yeah, one of our new members of our broadcast team, Kate Friel, said it was really, really hot. So Quinn Gertz has to protect another restart here, this time with some different players up front. The 53 of Thuss is there, the 4 of Graham, the 11 of Klumper. Oh, well, here comes Hyde, maybe repositioning here.
They'll go back to the running order at the last full completed green flag lap. That's how they do it. So
I'm pretty sure Nick Thuss is okay with that, because that means Nick will start inside in row number 2.
yeah, it's going to work out. And, you know, Nick Thuss, he's been running so strong tonight.
So they'll double him up, and we'll see the white this time by. Some new players up front. But at 18 green, a rocket ship this afternoon for Quinn Gertz, white flag. 10 laps in, 10 to go here. Mini truck feature, Quinn Gertz, Edwin Hyde, row number 1, Thuss and Graham, row number 2, Klumper and Caleb Gertz, row number 3. Here we go. What's the field half of the 18 now? Green flag, we're racing. Oh, and Nick Thuss is there, trying to get down in the inside. And Quinn will shut the door, and look at the extension and that run off the corner by Quinn Gertz. He had 3 truck lengths by the corner.
Nine laps to go that time by at the stripe. Nick Thuss in the 53 now. He's up to second place.
Nick Thuss in second spot, Klumper up to third, Graham to the inside of Edwin Hyde for fourth. But nobody's got anything for that green 18.
No, so dominant, the 18 of Quinn Gertz so far today. The big fight is definitely in the mid-pack of this one here. Keisha Zimick in the blue 15. She's on the move, trying to get back up into the middle of this one. She goes up high on the 19 of Caleb Gertz. That's here in the mid-pack. And then up in the third place fight, you can see the 4 of Dylan Graham just gets around the 11 of Colin Klumper. That was good for third. Running order looks like this: 18 Quinn Gertz, 53 Nick Thuss, 4 Dylan Graham from Glencoe. Then it's the 11 of Colin Klumper, and then the 18H of Edwin Hyde. That's your top 5 as they run on the track right now. Dylan Graham, number 4, just ran his fastest lap of the race here with 5 laps to go. He's on the move here, challenging now on the black 53 of Nick Thuss. This is for second place out of turn 2. Gives him a shot in the back end, goes down to the infield himself. And that's going to draw the caution flag with 4 laps to go. We were looking right at it. The 4 of Dylan Graham had just run his fastest lap of the race, was closing up on the back of the 53 of Nick Thuss.
I was going to ask if you had a good vantage point, John. Before I saw the 4 pull away, I didn't know if Dylan had slid into that light standard.
No, he didn't hit nothing. He's just driving out of it here. It looks like he's back on the raceway here. I don't think we caught it on the replay there, but it was clear as day. The 4 of Dylan Graham he wasn't, again, nothing untoward, not trying to cause trouble out there, but he ran right into the back of the 53 of Nick Thuss off of turn 2 and got the truck all sideways and spun himself down into the infield. And so that's rough for the 4 of Dylan Graham. Again, he had just moments before ran his fastest lap of the race. And, you know, interesting, the 53 of Nick Thuss, it was only a couple laps earlier. He just ran his fastest lap of the race. The 18 of Quinn Gertz, I think, might actually be falling off a little bit. You know, he doesn't want to hear that. But the green 18 of Quinn Gertz, he ran his best lap all the way back on lap number 6. The 53 of Nick Thuss, he ran his best lap just here on a couple laps ago on lap 14. We have 5 laps to go.
Looks like they're going to double up out of 2 here. Quinn Gertz, again, has to protect on the restart. Hasn't been an issue. That green comes out, and that 18 takes off like a rocket ship. Nick Fuss will start on the outside of row 1 this time. It'll be Klumper and Hyde, row number 2. Caleb Gertz and Zimick, row number 3. And the Malachi boys in row number 4. Then Graham and Rose Cole. And Quinn Gertz will again have to play Department of Defense here. Try and get this win. Out of turn 4, they'll mash the gas. Green flag.
Colin Klumper, the black number 11, pushing the green 18 there off that start. Quinn Gertz in the green 18, separating himself pretty quick, and that's probably for the best because these drivers are hungry as they're heading towards the end of this one here.
Oh, Caleb Gertz got loose, got the left side tires in the apron. Nick Fuss will dive to the inside of Klumper for position, and we'll try and track the leader down.
Yeah, the 53 of Thus got caught fighting for that second place spot. That allowed the 18 of Quinn Gertz to open up his lead here. Once again, it's going to be 2 laps to go here at the stripe.
Less than 2 to go for the leader, Quinn Gertz, who's been on rails all afternoon. Fuss in second, Klumper having a great run in third. White flag.
Final lap, that's what the white flag tells us here as the 18 of Quinn Gertz leading the way in the second feature. He won the first one of the night. Cousin Caleb in the 19 gets a spot for 4th place. They come on down the front straight. Quinn Gertz in the green 18-year winner. 53, Nick Fuss for second. The 11 of Colin Klumper. That's your top 3 in the mini trucks. NASCAR Pro Late Models up next.
Quinn Gertz, Fuss, and Klumper, your top 3. And Dylan Graham just gave a shot and another shot to Caleb Gertz. Caleb Gertz got a little rough with the 4 with a couple laps to go on the backstretch, and I don't think Graham liked that too much. Then it was Hyde, Zimick, the Busink boys, and Andrew Rose Cole. And we'll hear from the driver of the 18 green truck coming up here with John Houghton.
He's fast. He's already out of the truck. He's fast on the track. He's fast in victory lane. Race fans, put your hands together for the 18 of Quinn Gertz, your winner. Quinn, you can grab that flag from April Wilson Photography. Congratulations, Quinn. You're a very polite driver. Would you say you're a very polite driver?
I'd say so. I try not to get into anybody, and I think everyone in this class tries to be pretty fair.
Ask how I know you're a polite driver.
How do I know? How do you know I'm a polite driver?
Because I called you Caleb during your victory interview earlier tonight. That's your cousin's name, and you didn't say nothing to me. You just took that like a champion.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank out there tonight?
I'd like to dedicate this to my dad. He's out there in the shop helping me, and when I'm at work and he's not, he can work on the truck and always get it ready for race night.
Race fans, put your hands together for the 18 of Quinn Gertz, our winner tonight on Jared Docstator Memorial Night in the mini trucks. NASCAR Huron Taxi Service Late Models up next. The mini trucks were sponsored by Robson Scrap Metals.
Thank you, John. Just an update. Race officials have been called to the 4 truck pits and the 19 truck pits just to make sure everything is kosher there. Time now, race fans, for the Huron Taxi Late Models, the Cobra Cup NASCAR Late Models. 35 laps to scheduled distance. It'll be the 10 of Jesse Kennedy out front out of Southwold, Ontario. The 1, Jonathan Schwemmler from Listowel. The 99 is Park Hill, Ontario's Jeremy Curtis. The 25, Godridge, Ontario's Rylan Fascianato. The 77, Grand Bend's Gord Bennett. The 67, Olivia Curtis from Park Hill. Set for 35 laps for the Cobra Cup NASCAR Late Models. Brought to you by Huron Taxi. Officials for our Huron Taxi Late Models race fans getting set here for 35 laps. It'll be Jesse Kennedy leading things off here on the 6th annual Jared Docstator Memorial. Jared holding a very close place in Jesse Kennedy's heart in the 10, trying to go flag to flag here out of turn 4. Green flag, and we're racing with the late models. Caution on the Speedway. So a little clogging up of the field in turn number 2, and we'll stack them and repack them here for a restart.
So it'll be a complete restart with the one of Jonathan Schwemmler going to the back for spinning over there in turn 1. And it was a solo spin too, no other drivers involved in that.
Doing a quick check on the 25 of Fascianato, who's in the pits. Late models on track right now, brought to you by Huron Taxi. Jared Docstator's favorite driver out front, Jesse Kennedy, and they get the call not to double up on the back, Jared, but they got the call to go side by each. And they'll get the white flag this time by.
So no laps in the books in the 35-lap feature race for the NASCAR Huron Taxi Service Late Models. It'll be the 10 of Jesse Kennedy out of Southwold, who takes us to the green, the 99, Jeremy Curtis. '77, by the way, is Gord Bennett behind the wheel tonight. As the green flag flies, we're off and running. And into turn 1, the 99, Jeremy Curtis, holds on to that second place spot, being chased by the 77, Gord Bennett. Bennett takes just a little bit of a peek to the inside there, gets on the brakes. Jesse Kennedy, meanwhile, takes a little bit of a run here down the back straightaway. A regular runner in the Delaware Speedway Late Models. He slapped on a set of Cobra tires and went racing this afternoon. I'll say I was chatting with the 10 of Kennedy in the pits before during the intermission, and he was very relaxed. I just said, looking good out there. He just said, fun, fun, fun. He says, fun, having a lot of fun out there. The big battle on the track right now, of course, is second, third, and fourth. The 99, Jeremy Curtis, the 77 of Gord Bennett, and the 1 of Jonathan Schwemmler have all found each other. Schwemmler looking to the inside of the center, makes contact side by side with the 77. They keep the thing straight.
Yeah, the left side tire is definitely off the track there, John, for the one last time by.
Gord Bennett in the 77 loses the spot to the one of Jonathan Schrummler. He's slowing down the front straightaway.
Still green on the racetrack, but the 77 definitely off the pace here.
Way slow out turn 2. That's going to draw the caution. Caution flag is out there. And so caution flag is out here in the pro late and the NASCAR Huron taxi service late models. Not sure what happened on the 77 Gord Bennett. I thought he was going to make the hard right-hand turn there, but it's possible something could have gone wrong with the steering there because he slowed down as if to make the turn, but then wasn't able to do it and then stopped on the back stretch there. And so the safety crew is going to come out there and see if they can help him out. That gives us a chance to have a look here at our drivers here up front. The 10 of Jesse Kennedy continuing to lead, certainly, in the Huron taxi service late models. The 99 Jeremy Curtis, your second place runner. The one of Jonathan Schrummler had gotten up to third after contact with the 77 of Gord Bennett. They had that contact on the front straightaway. I got a sneaky suspicion, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a good look at the right side of that 77. I think he might have cut a tire. And if he cut it on the right side, that would certainly make making the right-hand turn up to the exit pretty tricky without a little bit of an assist here. And so it's got all 4 wheels on it there, but we'll see if he's able to make that right-hand turn. Yeah, he's up. And then there were 4 of the NASCAR Pro Late models out here on the track. The 10 of Jesse Kennedy, 99 Jeremy Curtis, 1 of Jonathan Schrummler, 77 of Gord Bennett retires from the race, 67 Olivia Curtis. Ryland Fascinato not able to make the call here. But it's been a lot of fun watching the Pro Late Model program sort of try to work its way into coming into its own at Grand Bend Speedway, and a lot of fun here again seeing one of the top runners at Delaware Speedway make the trip out here in honor of his good friend Jared Docstator. You know, when I was going through the pits and I saw that, I was out here for practice, I saw the 10 hit the track, and I just said, that's awesome. Jared would get a real kick out of that. So the field going to be getting the double up signal here to get side by each before we go back green flag racing here. They come under the white flag under caution, signaling 1 lap before we get to go at it. So we've knocked off 5 laps of this one. Late models are pretty quick though, we'll see. Jesse Kennedy out front. Up high will be the 99, Jeremy Curtis. Going to get to try their skills here against one of the top Delaware Speedway drivers as they go down the front straightaway. The green flag flies here. We're off and running. Kennedy like a shot out of a cannon. Curtis in the 99 did not get going quite the way he wanted to. That opened the door for the 1 of Jonathan Schrummler. And Schrummler, the defending champion here at the track, now up to 2nd place. And now he's going to see if he can give chase to a very, very, very fast number 10 of Jesse Kennedy. Now, definitely here, this is interesting because the 10 of Jesse Kennedy, you know, I don't want to speak for Jonathan Schrummler. I'm going to say the 10 of Kennedy probably has an equipment advantage and then also has been racing a lot of years, that 10 of Jesse Kennedy. But the 1 of Jonathan Schrummler has something that Jesse Kennedy doesn't, which is a ton of laps at Grand Bend Speedway. Kennedy almost crashed the car in practice, whereas the 1 of Jonathan Schrummler has been nothing but consistent all year long in that number 1 for every race he's been at. And I feel like he actually might be catching this 10 of Kennedy a little bit.
Yeah, the gap last time, 0.945 seconds between first and second.
You know, and Kennedy and Schrummler both just ran their fastest laps of the race. And they're pretty even looking on the timing and scoring system. Kennedy is definitely not totally running away from the 1 of Jonathan Schrummler.
And Schremler not afraid to mix things up. He has called out visiting drivers, hey, come out and race our track and see how good you really are. Well, Jesse Kennedy's proven him wrong here so far.
Well, and that has been it. Schremler's come to victory lane and really pitched for the track really hard to say, this is a bull ring track. It's different from the bigger tracks you might find elsewhere in the province, but it's our fun little bull ring, and we have a lot of fun on it, he says. And it is a track you can race late models on competitively, and he's really closing up here now on the 10 of Jesse Kennedy. Kennedy going to the high side here of the 67 of Olivia Curtis. That has really slowed him up here, because the 1 of Jonathan Schremler, he's used to coming up on lap traffic here at Grand Bend.
Oh, Curtis got up into Schremler, John. I don't think Jonathan was expecting that.
Oh, that was a bit of a surprise, I think, for him there. That cost him some time. And so I guess that gets the gap even back out against our front two runners here. This is your big battle, though, out front. The 10 of Jesse Kennedy, the 1 of Jonathan Schremler, the visiting driver versus the home track driver here on the Jared Docstator Memorial event. Watching on timing and scoring, the 1 of Jonathan Schremler is running faster than the 10 of Jesse Kennedy.
Yeah, 0.847 seconds last interval.
If he keeps running like that, he's got a really good chance to catch him here.
Now it's 0.790. The 1 is reeling the 10 in here.
And that's going to be just in time to do something that happens at Grand Bend Speedway. They're going to be catching up to the lap car of the 99 of Jeremy Curtis. And again, the 1 of Schremler, he's used to the flow of lap traffic here and how to handle it. The 10 of Jesse Kennedy, he's got the big time experience at the big tracks. We'll see here, he's going to go into turn 1. Jeremy Curtis pulls to the inside, yields the right of way easily.
Yeah, one of the sayings our friend Jared always used to say, it's one thing to catch the leader, it's another thing to pass the leader.
Oh, trouble here in the infield. At 99, Jeremy Curtis has overheated, and smoke billowing out from the undercarriage just as the 1 of Jonathan Schremler had caught him.
Yeah, we're going to stay green. Still green on the racetrack, John, as the leaders come out of turn 4.
Yeah, there's our caution flag for the 99 of Jeremy Curtis. So the safety crew is going to have a look, just make sure it's just steam coming out of that 99. But it looks to be an overheating issue. You got to be kind of a little bit careful when you approach that too, because that water that's gushing out there, it is hot, hot, hot. And the safety crew does just take a look with the fire. They lead with the fire extinguisher to look just in case. They want to make sure really it is not on fire or anything like that. And so we do see a caution flag here. And so as we get things sorted out here on the infield, it looks like they are indeed going to leave the 99 down there. It's okay. It's again, it's just overheating. The best thing you can do with it actually is just leave it where it is until it cools off.
So 20 laps in the books, John, and 15 to go. This caution here, advantage 10 or advantage the 1 car?
It's going to be tricky because the 1's going to be up on the high side here. I think on the initial green flag, Olivia Curtis will be right up there. She's been getting better and better each week. I don't think she's going to challenge for the win on this thing. But if Schremler can get tucked in right behind the 10, I think, he's been fast. He's actually, Jesse Kennedy's a strong driver. Make no mistake about it. Folks watching from home, especially if they know him from Delaware Speedway, they know he's no slouch out there. The 1 of Jonathan Schremler was running faster than him during the last green flag run and was catching him. And so you kind of lose this momentum here, but it's 15 laps to go. The green flag's in hand. Let's see what happens. Green flag drops. We're racing. Schwemmler's going to be taking a look up onto the high side there, crosses back down to the bottom, and we're sort of right where we left off, except for Schwemmler's closer, but they've had some time to cool those tires off. Full speed now. Within a couple of laps, they'll be up to their full speed. And we'll see. I think the advantage to Schwemmler really is in the longer run. If he can get a good green flag run of 10 laps in here, I think that's going to be his best shot if he's going to try and challenge for the win on this thing. Because Kennedy's fast.
He's got 13 laps to work with if we stay green. And he just lost a ton of time. That car was tight going into turn number 2 and washed up the track.
Yeah, to me, his car was getting better during the longer runs. Kennedy's car was falling off a bit. That's how I sort of, from what I could tell. And so everyone's just got to keep their foot in it here for 11 more laps. See what we got. Watching those lap times come in. Schwemmler's faster than Kennedy again already here, just a couple laps into this green flag run. It's by tenths of a second, which that to me is gonna be enough to catch him. We'll keep watching here. Pretty even that time by on the timing and scoring. But Olivia Curtis is out there, but really to me, this is a one-on-one duel between, again, the visiting driver of the 10 at Kennedy and that number 1 of Jonathan Schwemmler, who's the home track driver.
With 9 laps to go, John, that 67 may become a variable here. It depends how fast the leaders will catch her.
And again, the 10 at Kennedy and the 1 at Schwemmler are even right now on the timing and scoring. And to me, that puts advantage to Schwemmler. I felt like the car really came to him during the longer run. The caution was actually not his friend.
Schwemmler 2/10 faster than the 10 last time by. They will catch the 67. It all matters where you catch the cars that you need to pass. Catch them in the corner or catch them in the straightaway.
Well, make no mistake, Kennedy knows that here. It's a tight bull ring here in a short straightaway. He's going to be right here with the 67 of Olivia Curtis. Goes up to the high side, clears her easily, but the 1 at Schwemmler is going to catch her in the corner. But not too bad, about 2 car lengths back. Schwemmler's going to come out of that.
Before to go this time by, the leader, Jesse Kennedy, Jonathan Schwemmler trying to take away this, what would be a very memorable win on a memorable night.
3 laps to go for Jesse Kennedy here at the stripe.
Leaders into turn 3 and 4. Here they come. 2 laps to go. Jesse Kennedy out front. Half a mile to go to try and protect this win. Schwemmler closing in. Kennedy goes a little high in turn number 2. Coming around through turns 3 and 4. White flag on the Speedway for the 10 of Jesse Kennedy. Schwemmler trying to answer the call here. Turn 2, one final time.
He drove it in deep.
Through turns 3 and 4. This one's for you, Jared. It's Jesse Kennedy at the line. Will win it. Followed by Schwemmler and Olivia Curtis. And looking forward to this interview down trackside with the John Houghton and the 10, Jesse Kennedy, coming up momentarily. Still to come, our Hot Rod program, Super Stock Sportsman, and we'll wrap things up with the Bone Stocks. Still to come.
Well, come on down here to Victory Lane. Jesse Kennedy comes to Grand Bend Speedway, a visitor. He's going to leave a winner. Got challenged by the home track champion in the closing laps, getting challenged by the home track champion. But ultimately, here on the Jared Docstator Memorial Night, he's caught in the wires here. But we'll wait. We'll take our time. No hurry. Pulls out the earpiece. He's new to Grand Bend Speedway. He's nice and tight to the wall, but he comes out a winner. Race fans, put your hands together. It's the 10 of Jesse Kennedy, our winner tonight. Well, Jesse Kennedy, you've won all kinds of places over the year, but now you are a Grand Bend Speedway winner on the Jared Docstator Memorial Night.
Well, obviously, that was the main reason to coming. My good friend Jared. Still miss him to this day and forever till we meet again. I'm glad I got to be able to come. Appreciate Grand Bend Speedway for letting me come out and play. Think I'll be back once in a while. Want to thank fans for coming out. And again, all my sponsors who are pretty much me and Docstator Property Maintenance.
Race fans, Jesse Kennedy here on Docstator, Jared Docstator. Put your hands together. We'll get you in here for the photo, Jesse. And Jared's family here too.
Well, John, one of the best interviews I've heard all season. Congratulations to Jesse Kennedy and the number 10 team.
Looking forward here to a few things we've got upcoming here. We've got the Bone Stock race that'll round out the evening. But, Chris, I was walking through the pits during the intermission time period, and we picked up a hot rod, actually, during the intermission. So the 43 will be out there. Had a bad battery. They were able to boost it. As long as they keep the car running, all good. So here's the hot rods with a one-on-one duel.
It was short, but that's one of the best interviews I've heard all season long, and a lot of passion behind the comments from Jesse Kennedy.
And just to see when I saw him out there for practice, it takes me back to those Delaware days. You and I and Jared had it. Just really cool to see that. And as Jesse said, he's here for Jared and had a lot of fun out here this afternoon. And it was a good event there, I think, for a lot of reasons. And certainly racers were a very sentimental crowd, and so to see Jared's favorite driver enjoy that success at this track today, that means a lot to us at Grand Bend Speedway, means a lot to Jesse, and I know it certainly means a lot to the Docstator family as well. So white flag flies with the 50 of Chris Lawrence and the 43 of Ed Peterson. It's going to be a one-on-one duel here in the Hot Rods, a program we are working to build at Grand Bend Speedway. As we head down the front straight, the green flag flies and we're racing. Side by each into turn 2, 50 of Chris Lawrence down the inside. Ed Peterson, he's running strong over in turn 3. He's got the lead here now down the front stretch. Super cool to see these hot rods out here. Peterson in the Richard Petty lookalike car, being chased now by the 50 of Cowboy Chris Lawrence.
I love the blue rims as well on that 43. That's awesome.
They got the whole package there down the back straightaway. Chris Lawrence keeping about a car length back from that 43. Peterson still your leader out of turn 2. Watching on the timing and scoring system, there's really no point in watching because what we see is Chris Lawrence keeping right with him. Just a few car lengths back, definitely in sight of the 43 of Ed Peterson. Doesn't take a lot of cars to have a race. All you need is a good competitor, and here we see two good competitors, the 43 of Ed Peterson out of Lawnsborough, Ontario, and the London, Ontario driver, Chris Lawrence, in the pink number 50. As we continue to see Grand Bend Speedway putting these hot rods up, showcasing them here today, here at the afternoon Cobra Tire Cup event. Lawrence sticking with that 43 light blue.
"25 laps, the scheduled distance, coming around to complete lap number 10 for Peterson, who leads Lawrence here. The track under different conditions, John. We started with overcast skies and now nothing but blue skies. How does that change a track, especially the size of a quarter mile?
Well, I'm surprised to see it. I didn't look at the forecast. And what's ended up happening is all those clouds have moved off and we got this beautiful sunny sky. Couple things that are going on. One, everything's way hotter. So the track gets hot. That means the tires are going to get hotter. That means they're going to expand more. And so the changes that these drivers are seeing definitely between practice and now, the rate of temperature increase, let's say on those tires, has definitely increased. With the heat transfer that you're going to be seeing. Again, when I was down in Victory Lane for Jesse Kennedy, the car is hot. Like there's heat coming off the race car. The tires are very hot. Like if you touched them with your hand, you'd be definitely feeling that. But the racing surface itself is also hot. The sun beating down on it, but also the drivers running on it also makes it hot. And so that's what, you saw Jeremy Curtis, he overheated during the late model feature race. That might not necessarily have happened during one of our night races.
Yeah, and the track gets slipperier too in hot conditions, right? Whereas overcast conditions and the track is cooler, there's more grip.
That's what the drivers say, is that the cooler conditions are better for that grip. You get a slick track when it's hot because the rubber warms up as well. And you sort of imagine if you're holding a piece of rubber, when it's cold outside, that piece of rubber is stiff, right? It's not going to be moving as much. Whereas if you take the same piece of rubber, put it under the sun for a few hours and try and move it around, it's going to be much more pliable. The same is the case definitely on the race cars themselves. Chris Lawrence has been just trying to chase the heck out of the 43 of Ed Peterson, and it has not been coming together here for him. He's only got 6 laps left to try and pull it off. He's going to see the 5 to go signal when he gets to the start-finish line here, and that's going to be go time for the 50 of Chris Lawrence in this one-on-one hot rod duel. One of the growing programs at Grand Bend Speedway.
Lawrence cut 5/10 off that 43 lead last time by. Oh, look out! Is that problems for the 43?
Maybe he's overheating because the 50 of Chris Lawrence is now right there. It's never over until it's over, because he's in trouble. The 43 spins out of turn 2. The 50 of Chris Lawrence moves to the lead. That's going to draw a weird scenario of a caution flag.
That'll give the 50 the inside on the restart.
That was strange. It's almost as if a tire went down on the 43, because you and I saw it, Chris. Suddenly, Chris Lawrence in the 50 was just closing in like crazy on the 43.
That left rear looks good to go on that 43.
You know, he didn't hit anything. I was just watching the replay up here on the screen. So everything's all good on the 43. They'll take the white and they'll go out of here. All that's going to change is Chris Lawrence is going to restart on the inside. And whatever handling problem was going on the 43, it has not gone away, you can be sure. And so this one, advantage Cowboy Chris Lawrence, I would say, probably at this stage.
Yeah, 4 laps to go here when we restart coming out of turn number 4. Green flag.
Making their way gingerly into turn 1 here, making sure they get through together. The 43's got some horsepower there up on the high side. Pedal to the metal here on the front stretch. Oh, Lawrence down on the grass. Side by each, they go out of turn 2. The 43 of Ed Peterson trying to make a run of it here. The 50 of Cowboy Chris Lawrence trying to snag a win here on Jared Docstator tonight. They're wheel to wheel, touching down the front straightaway, fighting it out with 2 laps to go.
Get your cameras ready. This might be a photo finish at the line. As Lawrence will bring him out of turn 4, got a full car length lead now, and will get that lead with 1 lap to go. Lawrence will dive into turn 1, and Steve Peterson right there as well. Half a lap for the 43 here. Lawrence trying to get the win, and out of turn 4, it'll be Chris Lawrence over Ed Peterson at the line.
A bit of a surprise finish here in the hot rods. It didn't look like he had it for him.
John, get ready for the fence climb, I think.
Make sure you stick around here, folks, by the way, because the bone stock race is going to be the thing of the ages. Hold on to your hats for that one. Hold on to your hat cam for that one. Cowboy Chris Lawrence in the number 50 in the one-on-one duel with Ed Peterson. Always great to get a checkered flag. He'll grab it from April Wilson Photography. He's on the move. Look at the race fans. He's coming towards you. Chris Lawrence, congratulations. A one-on-one duel, and you guys were giving it out there.
I got to give props to Ed there. I got into him a little bit. I got my first donut on my car here. I'm still not quite used to running side by side with these big cars. I'm glad he got his tires and his electrical sorted out. That was definitely a blast. If he didn't spin there, he definitely had that.
Who do you want to thank this afternoon?
I have a big shout out to Docstator, the family, Docstator Property Maintenance for sponsoring the division. I'm a huge fan of Jared. He was a great friend of mine, so having my name on this trophy means the world to me. And thanks to all the Gren Bend staff. Sorry, it's been a long weekend. All the Gren Bend staff for everything they do for us so we can come out and play, and all you fans for coming out. Thank you, guys.
Race fans, that's the 50th. Chris Lawrence, your winner in the hot rods. And he's in a hurry to get back to the pits because his whole fleet of bone stocks that he helps out with, they're all getting ready to come onto the track here soon.
Now, John, is he going to stay on and run that super stock race again?
Well, that's actually probably, now that you mention it, that's probably what he's doing. I didn't even think of that, so he might be cycling back through to try to get out there for the super stock race. In which case, maybe I should go down there and help him get in the, he's a professional. I don't think he needs my help. You know, I just noticed something. I just noticed something on this 50 car. If you look at the front on the radiator, go to the pits after and have a look at this, Chris, and fans as well. The radiator, he's got some ducting pointing into the radiator, but the ducting is made out of like a garage sale for sale sign. I guess that works. Yeah, I think he's sticking out here for the super stock feature. I'm going to go actually help him with his net.
Also, while we have some time, a happy 33rd birthday this afternoon to Cohen Jones. Have a wonderful birthday.
And here comes the competition.
Yeah, it'll be Ryan Bright out of Petrolia for the Cobra Cup NASCAR Superstock Sportsman feature race number 2. 25 laps the scheduled distance. Ryan Bright and Chris Lawrence.
White flag here on the Speedway as we get ready to go super stock sportsman racing. And again, a hot rod can be a sportsman, a super stock sportsman car. Doesn't work the other way around, unfortunately, but it'll be Ryan Bright in the 45 out of Petrolia versus the 50 of Chris Lawrence. And again, hot rod versus super stock, that's really what you're about to see out here. And again, the super stock program, one we're hoping to grow out here at Grand Bend Speedway. And Ryan Bright has definitely been a driver who's been encouraging that as the green flag drops there. Chris Lawrence slots into line right behind him off the start there. He's got the warm tires, the 45 of Ryan Bright. He's going to be on the cooler tires here. So we'll see what Cowboy Chris Lawrence is able to do with that here, because he's already had a good run of laps, a good 25-lap run in that 50 car. He'd love to get his hot rod to beat a super stock. That would be something really cool. Come to victory lane twice in a row. Both the drivers just ran their fastest lap of the race. It takes 2 or 3 laps to get up to full speed. And yeah, they're still clocking in their best. It's still, again, as they're 4 laps in, they're still not quite up to their full speed. That's kind of interesting to keep track of in these cars. You know, we know the mini trucks, for example, take a few laps to get up to speed, but it's interesting to see that that also applies to the full-size cars as well. Make sure you stick around, folks, by the way, because the Bone Stock race is going to be one for the ages. Great group of drivers out for that one. As here in the NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series, Ryan Bright making off like a bandit, I would say, actually, when it comes to the points fund.
Yeah, when you interviewed Ryan after feature race number 1, I loved his comments about, you know, why he's self-promoting Grand Bend Speedway. You know, there are costs involved in racing. That's why he's kind of gone to a part-time kind of thing down the road at the half mile in Delaware as opposed to full-time, but he really is promoting Grand Bend Speedway and what it has to offer.
Well, and this is the thing that Tabitha and Gord have done such a good job putting together that a lot of the drivers across the province don't know. So you sort of lay out what the carrots that they put out for the super stock program. Number 1, running it on Sunday afternoons, it's not going to compete with your home track. Okay, cool. Number 2, the Cobra Tire package, which, let's talk about the Cobra Tire package for a moment here. Some drivers, they look at the super stock program here and they say, well, they're going to make us run the Cobra tires if we come to Grand Bend Speedway. It's like, yes, but you're running your whole home track rules package. And the Cobra Tire package, by the way, these tires, they don't melt off the cars. They do awesome out here. A set of Cobra tires that you bought on the opening night, you can run all season long. That's what the drivers are saying, that these tires last year, the one of Jonathan Schwemmler, the champion, as I understand it, he ran the same set of Cobra tires from opening night all the way to championship night. And so when we sell you these Cobra tires, we're not trying to sell you another set next week. We're saying this is going to do it for the whole thing, keeps everybody on an even playing field, because ultimately the tires are one of the great equalizers out there. And so some of the drivers, you know, you even hear stories of drivers calling into the track and saying, you know what, I want to run your super stock race, you know, can I do that just on my home track tires? And when we say you got to run the Cobras, I think they think it's some kind of a trick, but really these Cobras do so well out there. We use them in the late models, we use them in the Superstock Sportsman program, and you can see what it's done in the late model program. You know, Jesse Kennedy comes in with the Delaware rule set, just slaps a set of Cobras on it, and the home track drivers are still competitive with even one of the top drivers from Delaware. And so we can see what these tires are able to do. We can see how they are able to last, and you know, ultimately I think it's going to take maybe a little bit of time for drivers to catch on to exactly what Tabitha and Gord are getting at out here. But once they do, I think, just like you're seeing the late model car count growing, the Bone Stocks don't run the Cobra tires, but we're seeing the Bone Stock program growing, and there's reasons why those programs are growing. It's because we've been at them for a few years, and drivers are starting to catch on.
Tail end of the NASCAR Superstock Sportsman feature race number 2. Next time by will be 20 laps with 5 to go next time for your leader. That's Ryan Bright out of Petrolia, Ontario, followed by London's Chris Lawrence, and 5 to go.
And remember to make sure you don't move a muscle. That Bone Stock race is going to be the one to watch tonight. As the laps tick down here on Ryan Bright. Chris Lawrence has done a good job trying to keep with him, but you sort of see that some people say, well, what's the difference between a super stock and a hot rod? This is the difference between a super stock and a hot rod. You know, we're going to, after 25 laps, this is what that looks like, right? So the super stocks are obviously faster. I'd be curious to see the super stock versus the late model, right? What that would look like if we just stuck Ryan Bright into the late model race. I'd be curious.
All about horsepower down the straightaway, but cornering might be even.
I'd be curious. Maybe we'll
coming around white flag now for the 45 of Ryan Bright. Quarter mile to go here for the driver of the 45 in the NASCAR Superstock Sportsman feature race number 2 through turns 3 and 4. One final time. Double checkers in the air for the 45 of Ryan Bright. And he'll take the feature. Here comes Chris Lawrence in that 50. And Bright successful.
And remember, don't move a muscle, because we don't move a muscle.
And we'll hear from Ryan with John Houghton coming up momentarily.
And don't move a muscle, because of course we've got the Bone Stocks up next. Big Bone Stock race coming up. Final race of the night. Well, Ryan Bright in the 45. Now, Ryan, I can't say I'm overly surprised to see you here, but I'm glad to see you here because you've been a great ambassador for the Superstock Sportsman program. Give the Superstock Sportsman drivers at home one more kick at the can here why they should come race at Grand Bend Speedway. I should give you the microphone. I think if the camera's recording.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see a few more of them out. I know it's, again, for Delaware, I thought some might have had the time. And hopefully as the year goes on, we can keep pushing.
And who are all these people over here?
Oh, we got 2 of them running and potentially 2 futures here as well.
All right, that's right in the 45. And swing on in here for our photos. And then it's going to be Bone Stock racing time. Because the Bone Stocks are ready to rock and roll out there. Got the whole gang out here today. That's fun.
All right, race fans, the time for our final feature of the afternoon, the Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stock Division, set for 25 laps. The 78, that's Lucas Chapman out of Sarnia. The 9 is Stratfordville's Gary Triska. The 7 is Hannah Hamilton out of Thetford. The 48H, that's Brigden's Braden Hilchey. Jordan Wilms out of Niagara Falls in the 22F. Sarah Lawrence of London in the 37BT. Justin Culver of Lucan in the 50. The 33 is Barrie, Ontario's Paul Bogensberger Jr. The 07X, that's Brody Rickwood out of St. Thomas. The 07, Nick Ramsey, also out of St. Thomas, 25 laps. The scheduled distance for, it's going to be a good bone stock feature race this afternoon to cap things off.
So a great group of bone stocks out here today at Grand Bend Speedway. This is going to be our final race of the night. I should say the afternoon. I'm so used to racing at night. I'm always talking about the night, but final race of the afternoon. It's been so great to have all you race fans joining us here in person or the folks joining us online. Great to have you along for the ride at Grand Bend Speedway.
You have been saying tonight all afternoon, which I just let you do it for the day.
I'm going to say I've been a good 50% saying good night. All right, I think we've got the full group out there now. Field doubling up now down the back straightaway. Starter Will's got the white flag in his hands, getting set. The white flag tells the drivers 1 lap before they're going to be going racing. 2 by 2, side by each here at the Jared Docstator Memorial event.
Chapman Wilms out front. Ramsey in the 07. On the inside, Bogensberger Jr. outside row number 2. Rickwood and Triska, row number 3, as we get set to go bone stock racing here. Brought to you by Docstator Property Maintenance to cap things off on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Here they come out of turn 4, green flag. We're racing with the bone stocks. Chapman with the early advantage. Wilms trying to come out on the outside of quarter exit row number turn number 2. Rickwood trying to push on the inside with Ramsey in those 07 team cars. And it's Ramsey side by side for Wilms. They know each other very well. A pack of 3 cars has fallen behind the lead pack. But it's Chapman out front. There's the 07 Nick Ramsey up to second. Will drop Wilms to third. And Wilms gives him a shot and almost turns him right around. And they'll clog each other up high in turn number 4. And they'll lose a couple of spots. Rickwood up to second. Bogensberger Jr. up to third. And Wilms is not going to like that.
And on Wilms, it's actually a substitute driver tonight. It's Dan Story out of Beachville driving that machine tonight.
Okay, thank you, John. Dan Story in that 22 that got a little contact from the 07.
Yeah, Wilms from Niagara Falls. They just had a baby, I guess, 9 days ago out there. So a very baby boy. And so congratulations to the Wilms family. And it's Dan Story behind the wheel, that 22 bone stock tonight. Struggling a little bit here. He's trying to keep the driver up in the points here. Your leader continues to be the 78.
Story back in the field to the outside of Culver in that green 50. And Triska there as well. Leaders coming up onto some back marker traffic. Chapman out front to 78. Then it's Rickwood and Ramsey Bogensberger Jr., your front four. And a great battle between Story, Culver, and Triska for the 5th spot.
Yeah, just watching that battle off of turn 2, the 07X, Brody Rickwood, the 07, the Black Machine of Nick Ramsey. Then just behind that, they're working lap traffic, the 33 of Bogensberger Jr., getting around the 7 of Hannah Hamilton. And still battling it out. The battle of the 07s going into turn 3, the left-hand side of the racetrack. The black 07, Nick Ramsey gets that 2nd place spot. Trying to chase down the 78 of Lucas Chapman. Chapman is the ultimate young gun out there. He actually just, if you can believe this, he just celebrated his 12th birthday. He was super bummed out that we had our rain out last week because he was trying to go for a birthday win. So if he wins tonight, he's calling this one his birthday win. But the ultimate young gun, he came up from, now we don't run it anymore, but we used to run a kit stock series, and he came up through that.
Chapman having some trouble with some back marker traffic, John. That lead has shrunk as Rickwood's trying to reel him in. Sorry, Ramsey trying to reel him in that 07. And Chapman having some difficulty here with this traffic. And Ramsey's coming.
07 of Ramsey in the Black Machine there, closing the gap here. He can see the leader now. He's a car length back down the back straightaway. The 78 of Chapman pulls him into turn 3. But we're going to have a bit of a fight here at the start-finish line. About a car length and a half back goes the 07 of Nick Ramsey. Even closer there as they go down the back straightaway. And into the turn, he's right there, gives him a shot actually. He's trying to make it work. He's trying to make an opening here in the early goings. 10 laps, I guess not early goings, all 10 laps to go here in the Bone Stock race.
Chapman seems to be very, very hesitant trying to pass traffic. The good news is there's no traffic ahead of him for 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, he's got a big open racetrack here to play with, but he's really loose. Hang on to it, buddy, hang on to it. And that's going to draw the caution flag here.
Hamilton just missing the 78, John. The 7 doing a good job of averting a collision there.
Yeah, he just goes around on his own out of turn 2. Nobody else in contact there.
Good recovery by the 22F of Dan Story as well. Involved in an earlier incident and coming back through the pack and running 3rd on the track right now.
Just checking in there on the 78 of Chapman. JP, I'll get you to run that replay there just one more time if you can. I just want to get one more look at what's going on. Yeah, he just comes in, he's loose through the middle of the turn, tries to save it, does a good job not coming up the racetrack, but tough go for the 78 of Chapman out of Sarnia. Leading the race. It's going to be pretty tough to get the birthday win from the back of the pack here. It's a deep field today on the Bone Stocks, and so as the leader, you know, I think he was feeling the pressure. You could tell the black number 07 of Nick Ramsey was coming, bringing the other 07, the 07X along in tow. That's Brody Rickwood. He was struggling there through traffic a little bit.
Yeah, and even before the pressure got to the 78, John, Lucas was struggling trying to get around cars on the tail end of the lead lap before he was even hounded by the 07.
So when we restart here, it'll be the 07 of Nick Ramsey alongside the 07X of Brody Rickwood. Winner gets to keep the number, which they are allowed to do this. So you can be an 07, you could be an 07X, you could be a 007 and pretend to be a secret agent. That would be cool too. But what you're seeing right now, you're noticing that the 78, he's not actually starting from the back of the back. The lead lap cars do start in front of the drivers that have gone down one lap. So if you've been passed by the leaders, if you're a lead lap car like a 78 Chapman, you actually don't drop fully to the rear. White flag flies 1 lap before we get to go at it here in the Bone Stocks. It'll be 10 laps to go when they take the green flag here at the Cobra Tire Cup. Dan Story is starting in 3rd, representing Jordan Whelms, our points leader. As we head down the front straightaway, the green flag flies, and we are at it once again with the Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stocks. Into turn one they go, side by each, the 07 and the 07 fighting it out for that position. Dan Story getting on down to the inside of Brody Rickwood's 07.
Team cars battling at the front, and the 22F is Story trying to separate them, and he's on the inside now of Rickwood and up to second spot. Here comes Triska as well in that blue and white number 9. And in side-by-side battle for fifth between Bogensberger Jr. and Culver.
You know, and kind of neat here watching this 22F go. Jordan Whelms, the points leader, watching from home today, hoping that his buddy Dan Story does him justice. Well, he's looking up to the high side here, taking a peek up there, gets a fender in there, and he might just try and go for it and try and keep that 22F at the at the top of the points board. It'll be 5 laps to go this time by for the Bone Stocks.
Ramsey, Story, Rickwood, your front three. Triska's trying to get there.
We've had your 5 lap to go signal. Drivers fighting for every position they can get here in the closing laps at Grand Bend Speedway. All eyes are out front right now, but also on the back straightaway, trouble between the 48H and the 7. They're really beating and banging here. Here, they're just coming onto the front straightaway, these drivers.
Yeah, John, and they're going to be a variable here. There's smoke coming out of the 48K or 48H of Hilchey, but the leaders will have to work this traffic here.
Here the leaders come, the 07 of Nick Ramsey. They're coming into the lap traffic now. The 22F of Dan Story is right there. He keeps locked on the back bumper of the 07 of Nick Ramsey. Now he's looking up high here once again. As the white flag flies, final lap for the Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stocks on Jared Docstator Memorial Night.
Well, Story put the bumper to the 07. The 48H might be an issue here. They'll work turns 3 and 4 out of turn 4. Checker flag in the air for the 07 of Nick Ramsey. Story will come home a second, followed by Rickwood in third. And a great way to wrap things up this afternoon with a great car count in our Bone Stock division. And momentarily we'll hear from our race winner. And thank you so much to Docstator Property Maintenance for sponsoring the entire event. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us this afternoon. And we'll hear from Nick Ramsey coming up.
And remember, we've got Great Lakes Legends racing this coming Saturday. So make sure you mark your calendars for that. Come on out next Saturday for Great Lakes Legends competition.
Come and join John Helton and Kate Friel. They'll have the call for you next weekend as the Legends are in town at the quarter mile.
We'll swing on in here and check out Nick Ramsey. Here is Nick Ramsey, your winner tonight in the Bone Stocks. Nick, congratulations. You're a winner in the Bone Stocks. They were chasing you hard today, eh?
They were trying. We had to work for that one.
All right. And so, you know, here in Victory Lane, how's it feel?
Pretty good. I mean, we try to make it out to the Docstator race every year. I think we've won a few of these ones, but it's not without the hard work of Jack, who owns both of these 007s. He worked all day yesterday to make sure we had 2 cars to come out here and have some fun.
Who else do you want to thank tonight? You got Jack, and the card looks kind of blank.
This one's pretty bare. We actually picked it up a couple weeks ago, but Telesign got these stickers printed. They actually went on today after practice. APC Auto Parts, Radar Auto Parts, Brandy Point Service, Robson Scrap Metal, Mitchell Cycle. They all make it happen.
Nick Ramsey, the 07, your winner tonight in the Docstator Property Maintenance Bone Stocks. We'll just swing in here and catch a word with Dan Story. Dan, we were calling you Jordan Whelms all night. You are not Jordan Whelms. Jordan's watching from home. He's got the baby at home. Anything you want to say to him?
Congratulations, Gord. You got second.
That's fair enough. Anyone to thank on his behalf for second?
Ace Auto Parts. He's a big sponsor of mine, my wife, and Triple B Racing.
Dan Story racing tonight for Jordan Whelms on Niagara Falls, who's at home with the new baby. Congratulations. Well, that'll do it from us here trackside at Grand Bend Speedway. Again, we'll be racing this coming Saturday with the Great Lakes Legends Series. My name's John Houghton. Chris Soares was upstairs. And that'll do it from down here. Go upstairs.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for joining us this afternoon at Grand Bend Speedway and Festival Center. Don't forget, hop onto our website, full schedule information, full amenity information. Don't forget our go-karts running 7 days a week, except on race afternoons and race evenings. And as John mentioned, the Legends in town next weekend. You'll have John and Kate Friel on the call next week. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you next week here at Grand Bend Speedway.